Ash on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on the sheets, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, God's count our kill. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every star a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Both on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
Here we are. Welcome everybody to another Tuesday Night Live, where we talk about everything going on in the world. A lot to talk about today. First thing we're going to talk about is, yes, the story about Kash Patel missing in action, as the bombshell report from the Atlantic talking about how he's refusing to come out of his room as he's on benders and is freaking out that he's about to be fired. So that'll be the first story that we cover tonight. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on with the war. Yes, it's back on, boys. And then we'll talk about the economy. We got a section on Trump, pretty big section on Democrats tonight, actually. Lots going on with Democrats. A lot of good, a lot of bad. We're going to talk about both. And then talk a little bit about the MAGA Civil War. Insanity that's happening. Drama online, all right? So first thing we're going to do while everybody funnels in here, where's everybody tuning in from tonight? We'd like to play that game a little bit, right? See where you guys are all tuning in from. Any wild ones tonight? So yeah, is my camera? Yeah, my camera's fine. It's looking a little uncentered there for a second, but it's looking good. Fayetteville. I lived there for 3 years of my life, two years of my life. Yikes. No thanks. Vietnam. Had some good times there. But not really, because I was in the Special Forces qualification course, and it's not very fun. Vancouver. All right. The local YMCA. Guantanamo Bay. Norway. All right. Somebody asked what song I use in the beginning. That's actually a custom song made just for me by Jared Taylor from Black Rifle Coffee Company. He made both the in the graphics and the song. So it is doesn't have a name. He just he made it for me because he's a good homie. So yeah, I need it. So many people ask me that question that I need to have Jared. Just like Jared does music, by the way. He's got his own band, and so I need to just have him upload it so people can find it. So many people seem to like it. All right, what do we got? Alabama, hell yeah. Oh, Pakistan. Okay. I actually got some buddies from Pakistan. Two of the guys I went through my MBA program with were from Pakistan. Cool dudes, actually. Learned a lot from them about what's going on in Pakistan, different stuff like that. Kind of what we are right now, boys and girls. Unfortunately, Gold Beach. Oh, I've been to Gold Beach. Oregon. I have been there. All right. Very cool. Now, sorry, I got a nose hair poking out there. All right. First thing I want to do is a little poll. Okay, a little poll. I think everybody is a little shocked right now that Kash Patel hasn't been fired yet. Given how poorly he's done and how much of an embarrassment he's been to, nose hair. I got some Kash Patel stuff going on right now. What an embarrassment he's been. It's a little shocking that he hasn't been fired. So first thing we're going to do is ask you guys, will Cash Money be fired? I mean, this is like what, the 10th different controversy he's had since he's taken over as the FBI director. So let me know what you guys think. Will Cash Money be fired? Of course, if you're a member, then you can use our custom Kash Patel emotes as we have those ready tonight. Okay. Okay. Let's as that poll rocks, we're gonna jump in. We're gonna start the show. All right. First thing we got to do, of course, what caused all this? What caused all this new controversy? And that would be this story right here from The Atlantic. Wrote a big story, and this story spirals out of control. Okay, if you haven't heard, Kash Patel is now suing The Atlantic. Lot going on. We're going to talk about all of it, right? So Sarah Fitzpatrick wrote this article that says Kash Patel has alarmed colleagues with episodes of excessive drinking and unexplained absences. And I've got more right here. And here is the actual article. All right, we're not going to do the whole thing, but we'll do the start. So it says, as FBI Director Kash Patel was preparing to leave work for the weekend, he struggled to This is actually a hilarious story. We know how he struggles with passwords right after his emails were hacked from his password Cash1234. Anyway, he struggled to log on to an internal computer system. He quickly became convinced that he had been locked out, and he panicked, frantically calling aides and allies to announce that he had been fired by the White House. According to 9 people familiar with his outreach, 2 of these people described his behavior as a freak out. Patel oversees an agency that employs roughly 38,000 people, including many who are trained to investigate and verify information that can be presented under oath in court of law. News of his emotional outbursts ricocheted through the bureau, prompting chatter amongst officials and some corners of the building, expressions of relief, thinking that he had been fired. The White House fielded calls from the bureau and members of Congress asking who is now in charge of the FBI. Turned out the answer was still Patel. He had not been fired. The access problem, too familiar with the matter, said, appears to have been a technical error, and it was quickly solved. It was all ultimately bullshit, one FBI director told me. So what's going on here is supposedly Kash, and this goes way back, like months, and it might have been 5 months ago. The show Redacted, which I'm a big fan of that show, by the way, did a big segment on Kash Patel talking about how he lives in Las Vegas and that he's always late to work, but he's constantly out partying at the nightclubs. Like, this is not a new story necessarily at all, but this is sort of the culmination event of this is after we've seen things like him, getting blackout drunk at hockey games and things like that, that he may have a problem with partying and professionalism. Okay, this is, again, not new. But Kash Patel has said, come out swinging, and announced that he is going to sue The Atlantic.
So, you know what? They their drums and stand next to toxic waste all they want, but that doesn't make it toxic waste. And Maria, I'm happy to announce on your show.
Why can't I get the volume?
That we are not going to take this laying down. You want to attack my...
Trying to figure out why I can't change the volume on this. Is that too loud? Let me know. Is that too loud, guys? I couldn't tell on my end. Or is that fine? Before I keep playing it. Let me know. Sounds good. Okay, I won't worry about it then. It was super loud on my computer for some reason.
Come at me. Bring it on. I'll see you in court.
So you're going to sue them?
See that pause? See that pause? he wants to say yes, but he knows he's not going to actually sue them due to discovery, so he's thinking about what he needs to say here.
Absolutely. It's coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow you will be dropping a lawsuit against the Atlantic magazine.
Yes, I will, for defamation. And because you know what, Maria? We have to fight back against the fake news. It's one of the many things that President Trump is so successful at.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to listen to that. But anyway, yeah, he claims claims that he's going to sue the Atlantic. Well, there was a great episode that just came out on the Brian Tyler Cohen show where he had a prosecution attorney come on and actually described exactly Kash Patel's likelihood of success. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. It's a very good video. You can go watch yourself. Again, Brian Tyler Cohen and Glenn Kirshner. So let's listen to about the first 2 minutes of this.
When it looks like the FBI director, Kash Patel, has found himself in some hot water in the aftermath of the Atlantic's reporting about his purported drinking problem as director of the FBI, Kash Patel has promised a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And so first question here, what are the risks if it turns out that the Atlantic's reporting is correct? What are the risks of Kash Patel continuing on with his own $250 million lawsuit?
Well, Brian, I think the most direct risk is that Kash Patel will be put under oath, and he will have to answer questions subject to the penalties of perjury about these incidents that were reported by the Atlantic, incidents of excessive drinking, incapacitation, erratic behavior, potential security issues. And, if he were to lie under oath, that would be a federal felony offense. So that is the biggest risk. There's a secondary risk that if it turns out his suit proves to be frivolous, the court could award him to pay the attorney's fees for the other side. I have a feeling the Atlantic's attorney's fees will be consequential. But, Kash Patel does not have the best track record when he's been put under oath and he had to testify. And we can talk about that down the road. But, as of right now, it looks like Kash Patel is taking a play out of Donald Trump's playbook. Somebody, publishes something that is unflattering, and immediately you run to court and try to use the court system to send the signal, whether accurately or not, that, oh, no, this is a bunch of lies. This is a bunch of fake news. But you know what? When it comes to a defamation suit, the devil's in the details. And when I see the Atlantic reporting saying that they interviewed more than 24 sources. Now, it doesn't say whether they were all FBI employees, but you know what, Brian? He is not a well-liked director of the FBI. He has caused so much upheaval within the organization itself, engendered by him wrongfully terminating so many special agents for simply doing the job that was assigned to them and doing it well and honestly and faithfully, that it wouldn't surprise me if there were lots and lots and lots of sources among the 24+ people that the Atlantic says it bases this reporting on.
So, always good to hear from an actual, prosecution attorney when we're going to talk about things like this. When we talk about a defamation lawsuit, to his point, this is most likely just posturing from Kash Patel. He's going to file the lawsuit. Just because you file a lawsuit doesn't actually mean it goes anywhere. It doesn't mean it goes to trial. The judge, again, can just look at the case and throw it out immediately for a civil side defamation lawsuit like this. So he's most likely trying the Trump approach, right? Where he's threatening the lawsuit to try to, get them to back down. Doesn't sound like they're going to. And also, again, Kash Patel's reputation is already really bad when it comes to, does he have a drinking problem? Well, the public can see things like this, right? They watched him freak out, chug beers, smash it on the ground. And so it's going to be really hard for you to sue the Atlantic and say, that maybe there's not some truth to this from whatever we're hearing. Again, I don't know. I wasn't there, so don't sue me for it. But according to what we're seeing, it's not looking good for Cashy boy. Okay. And not only that, but he's facing massive bipartisan support to fire him, right, from both the right and the left. And OAF Nation, who you guys know I use for a lot of my news, great page. Comment says, "Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla." As yes, Trump FBI Director Kash Patel is facing bipartisan calls to resign due to reports of severe alcohol abuse and multiple unauthorized absences, where he has been unreachable by anyone at the FBI for days on end. Do you guys remember, going back to the Charlie Kirk investigation and assassination, that we also learned that the FBI was about half a day late to showing up to that investigation because they couldn't find Kash Patel, right? That was a story way back. So it's not like these stories haven't been circling about Kash, right? But we got some great memes. They're now calling this Donald Trump's cabinet the liquor cabinet. And here's why, because it's not just Kash, but it's also, our buddy Pete Hegseth here. So somebody has made the joke. It's Brian Tyler Cohen's page is calling this cabinet the liquor cabinet, which seems very, very fitting. And here's another one of these that you got the FBI guy's on a paranoid bender and won't leave his room. The war guy quotes fake Bible passages from Pulp Fiction. We're going to show that in a little bit later tonight. The health guy collects raccoon penises. The really painful thing about this right here is this is all objectively true. This was proven about RFK in his diary. This just happened in public. And supposedly it sounds like this is also true. So as ridiculous as that looks, it's actually objectively true. That's just painful. The liquor cabinet, I guess, is a great one for that. Now, actually just saw JP Spears over on Jesse on Fire's podcast. I was gonna try to jump in there, but I had to start the show, and I told JP we got to do some content together. He said he's down, so hopefully me and JP will get some content together. But he did a video on this, and hopefully he doesn't get sued. Everybody's out here taking risks with Cash Daddy on it, but let's watch some of his video.
FBI Director Kash Patel has filed a $250 million lawsuit going after The Atlantic because they published an article saying he's got problems with alcohol. It's affecting his job. And I, for one, think Kash Patel is going to win this case. Welcome back to the JP Rex channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers. So our friend Kash Patel, beloved FBI director, doing an amazing job. He's got the Epstein criminals right where you'd want them. He's solved so many things like, well, what was behind the assassination on President Trump? Also solved things like, well, the Center for National Counterterrorism says we need to investigate foreign involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination. So Kash Patel shut that down, didn't allow the investigation to happen. So he's got the bad guys right where you want them.
Yep.
However, The Atlantic has old Kash right where he doesn't want to be. They published an article, and we'll hit the highlights of what the article says shortly. The gist is the article alleges Kash Patel drinks a lot.
You see that? I like JP's guys, and go follow JP. I'll let you watch the video over there. I don't want to steal all his thunder, but it's very, you could tell with us in the social media space, when we're ever talking about Kash Patel or his country music sensation girlfriend, we're very specific with our wording, right? As JP decided to say, the article from The Atlantic allegedly states, right? These are terms that we can use to make sure that we don't get sued, because we know this guy loves to sue, right? He loves to sue. He was suing people over people calling his girlfriend a honeypot, which I would never say. I don't believe that for a second. I think it makes total sense that a 25-year-old, what is she, 27, that looks like Alexis Wilkins would, of course, date a 50-year-old, 5'3" chud. That's super normal. And there's nothing bizarre about that. And so I don't want you guys talking about that on my channel. We need to be respectful to Kash Patel and his girlfriend. Okay. 100% they're in love. And we should all respect that. But again, just you can start to see the language we use sometimes is intentional with very specific people. Okay, that's all we know so far about Spider Cash and him being missing in action right now. We're still kind of waiting to see what happens with this one. Man, the discovery on that lawsuit is going to be incredible. They'll be able to subpoena everybody. They'll be able to pull his text messages, his phone calls, his emails to see what old Spider Cash actually has been up to. Again, why I don't think that lawsuit's going to have any legs, because discovery is going to be real nasty on that one. Okay, next we're going to talk a little bit about the war. Let's hit a couple super chats before we don't fall too far behind. Blue-Eyed Hillbilly says, I'm trying to send you a message, but YouTube won't let me post it. I'll email you on Instagram. Okay, I'll look for it over there. And guys, the easiest way to get a hold of me, because we get hundreds of DMs a day and emails a day. We try to read them all. We try to get to them all. Best way, if you really want to get a hold of me, is on Patreon, okay? Because we have direct messaging on Patreon, and I always respond to everybody over there. So just some things to think about. Otherwise, I would spend all day, responding to emails and Instagram messages. So just keep that in mind. Not trying to ignore you guys. It's just, it's a lot. All right. Thank you, Juju. Mark says, Nate, missed you, brother. Been a couple weeks sick, but back now. Blessed you and your family. America first. Let's go. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, good to see you back, brother. Good to see you back. Glad to have you here. We have got to chat. I'm Norse. Okay. All right. Again, I'll look for it. Sorry to be off topic, but there are reports of food shortages in the U.S. for real. Seems like a massive F up if true. So there's a lot of talk about this coming soon due to the supply chain issues. The big one being the fact that the Strait of Hormuz being closed and fertilizer being cut off. That's one of the biggest exports that's coming out of the Gulf that people don't think about, is so much fertilizer of the world's fertilizer comes out of the Gulf, and that's going to massively affect farming, which would massively affect agriculture and food output. So I don't think we're there yet, but this is something, as this conflict continues to go on and the straits closed, that could, it's definitely going to become an issue across the globe. You're going to see like massive famine in some places, but the United States could get hit by this too. That's why I've been telling people, make sure you're stocking up, right? You don't have to be like crazy with your doomsday prepping, but I would highly suggest you've got a couple months worth of food and water, just in case, right? Because you never know, natural disasters, food shortages, famines. It's never bad to be prepared with that. Okay. All right, a couple more. We'll jump back in here. I'm sending a line from Laura Rocky Dennis, Illuminate hometown. Rocky Dennis. She's from Tucson. Okay. No, it was Cash 1235 because Cash 1234 was already used. Yep. All right, two more. We'll jump back in here. Been watching your stuff for at least 6 months now. Time to just call yourself an independent when it comes to politics, brother. I am an independent. I call myself that. You don't got to worry about it. Yes, I'm an independent. This is not new. I have been for a few years. You have expressed views from all sides of the spectrum, which I respect. Yeah, and that's part of the problem. That's part of my problem is I don't really fit. I don't fit in the in a very specific political box very well, right? And for those of you who watch my content consistently know, like, I'm all over the place, right? I've got very far right, fiscal ideologies. I've got very far left social ideologies, right? You wouldn't hear very many far right conservatives be super supportive of the LGBT community or the Islamic community, right? So that's why I don't really have a home politically. So that's what we do. So, but yeah, brother, I appreciate it. I am an independent. I think we got, majority of, we got this guy will 100% is a MAGA cuck, right? This guy's got Cheeto dust all over his lips. He can't get it off. He would literally let Donald Trump fuck his wife, although he probably doesn't have a wife because he's probably an incel chud. But we got people like that in here too, right? So, okay, let's jump back into it. Let's get to the war here. And God, this is one of the funniest things I saw. It's true too. Trump's allies are saying that he deliberately it starts to maybe make sense here, that he deliberately contradicts himself on the Iran war so that no one can understand his plan. Yes, Donald Trump. I don't know if this is intentional or not, or he's just got dementia. And so he's unintentionally contradicting himself. But that supposedly is the reason why we have so much whiplash from this absolute psychotic behavior bouncing around from the strait's closed, it's open, we won, we lost, we just defeated Iran. Nope, the strait's back closed. Right. So maybe that would make sense. And again, to my point, he just came out and said this a couple days ago. We have a very good relationship with Iran. As hard as that is to believe. Yeah, sure you do. Okay. But again, when we're talking about this guy's brain function, we should probably watch some stuff like this. Oh, I think I need to restart this one. Just watch this clip. This is not a fully functioning brain.
See, Europe is now drafting a program and plan to open up the Hormuz Strait without the United States.
They're so sad. We're doing it now. By the way, it's opening. The ships are coming back and forth. Oh, without the United States. It just shows you, how can you have a country, how can you have a group of countries with that attitude? Look at Greenland. We should have Greenland to protect the world against Russia and China. The mention of it, all of a sudden they get, this country should not be paying trillions of dollars to NATO.
The question was, did you see Europe drafting a plan to open the Hormuz Strait without the United States? What was his answer? His answer was, the strait's open. It's not. It's objectively closed. And then he rambles off into Greenland. We got to have Greenland. It's like, bro, that is not the question. Not even remotely. What is going on with your brain, right? To like bounce around from there to there. The strait's open. We need Greenland. It's like, what? We're not paying trillions of dollars to NATO either, by the way. So I'm not sure. Man, that brain, there's I'd like to say there's a lot going on up there, but I think there's not a lot going on up there is the problem. Okay, now we all know a big part of the problem with coming to peace here is that Iran has made it very, very clear that part of the peace negotiations must include that Israel abandons its, Greater Israel project into Lebanon. They have to stop attacking Lebanon. And, Donald Trump has said Israel will stop attacking them. However, well, that's not what Bibi's saying. As Bibi came out recently and said, campaign against Iran is not over. We still have more work to do. Netanyahu made this threat while speaking in front of a map highlighting the Greater Israel Project. Well, and the Zionists will tell you this isn't true. He's literally standing here showing it, right? He's showing what is literally the Greater Israel Project. All the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. He's standing there in front of a fucking map with it as he says the war is not over. So again, how we're going to get to this peace deal when this is what's going on. Now there's a lot of our allies are pretty much abandoning the cause. Italy's being the new one, and man, Italy's prime minister is based, by the way. Trump used to love her, because she's actual hardcore conservative. But yeah, Italian Prime Minister here, Meloni, announced a suspension of military cooperation and defense agreement with our greatest ally. And a lot of NATO allies are all following suit on this. So not looking great. Oh, this one's supposed to be in economy. Keep moving here. Our other allies, how is this going? Trump terminates all trade with Spain. Oh, okay. Well, that's good, I guess. I'm not really sure how terminating trade with a European ally is going to be a good thing for us, but why not, huh? Fuck it. Let's just absolutely shit all over our NATO allies. It's pretty wild. Last thing here, because peace negotiations were supposed to be happening, and it turns out that the peace negotiations to be led by J.D. Vance have reportedly been canceled before they even began. And this was as of 5 hours ago. So where does that leave us? Right back where we started, boys. The Strait of Hormuz is closed and we're still at war and no progress has been made. So what does that mean for your gas prices? They're just going to keep doing this. Energy prices, food prices, inflation, all of these things. Up, 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 up. So, man, it's rough out here. We're going to talk about the economy next and what's happening. Not looking good out there, as you can imagine. Not looking fantastic for it, right? So, but first, we should hear what the President of the United States has to say about this economy, right? Because he's a wealth of solid, accurate information. This dude never lies. So we should listen to what he has to say. Here we go.
What's happened? The economy is doing so well. By the way, we had to do a little journey down to Iran, and I didn't want to do that, but we had to because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Can't let them have a nuclear weapon. And, you know, we just hit 50,000 on the Dow. I don't know if you people know what that means. 50,000 on the Dow is unthinkable. They said at the end of his fourth year, maybe, but more likely fifth or sixth year. My fifth or sixth year. That sounds good too. But remember, you know, the hat says 4 more years. It drives the Democrats crazy.
Okay. So there we go. The economy is doing amazing. The Dow's over 50,000. Yay. Now, I don't believe the Dow is back up over 50,000. I do think it's close because Donald Trump has been manipulating the stock market for the last week, continually telling everybody the Strait of Hormuz is open, everything's fine. Oil futures started to crash until the ceasefire broke, and now everything is completely reversing. Oil is going right back up, and most likely the stock market is going to go right back down. It's typically how it works. Because the entire market is artificially propped up. It's all fake bullshit. And they're just using it to enrich themselves at this point by, again, essentially insider trading based off of Donald Trump's comments. So we all see that on Fridays, right? He comes out, peace on Fridays. Turns out there's no peace over the weekend. It's starting to look that way. Now, also Donald Trump making a lot of claims on, tax refunds are bigger this year due to Republican tax cuts. Is that actually true? Well, let's look at the comments. That is not true. How so? I owed federal taxes just like last year. Where are the $5,000 Doge checks from, or $5,000 checks from Doge and the 2001s from the terrorists who promised gas at $5 a gallon? And this is look at this. This is Team Trump, 11.3 million followers, and look at their comment section. It's all dragging them. That's the funniest thing about all these MAGA accounts. If you actually go look at the comment section at all these accounts, whether it be Brandon Tatum, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Trump's accounts, the Department of Justice, you go to the comment section, it's just 100% of people just trashing them and dragging them. So at least the Americans are waking up. Now, here's another one. 53 million plus Americans have claimed at least one of President's signature new tax cuts. Now, I don't know if did I put this up here? I think I missed it. Okay. Anyway, I saw the actual financial data from this for tax cuts. Okay. And what the data showed, and again, I did have the clip, but I forgot to put it up here for the show. Anyway, just have to take my word for it. What it showed is that the top 2% of earners in the United States got bigger tax cuts this year. Okay, so they paid less in taxes. The bottom 98% of Americans paid more in taxes. So yes, there were tax cuts in the big beautiful bill, but they went to the top 2% of Americans, not to the bottom 98% Americans. So technically, he's not lying when he says that Americans saw tax cuts. Some did, the rich ones, just not the rest of us. We didn't see tax cuts. We saw an increase in our taxes, but somebody did at least, right? At least the rich people got richer. That's all we can really hope for at this point. What else we got going on with the economy? Yeah, hey, guys, refunds, more tariff refunds. Remember all the tariff refunds? Turns out breaking, the U.S. government is about to refund $166 billion in tariffs. The Supreme Court, after they struck down Donald Trump's ability to use tariffs, by the way, and levied by President Trump starting April 20th. Now, you might be wondering, how much money are you going to get back? Well, let me explain it to you. You, the consumer, the American consumer, will be getting nothing back, unfortunately. All of that tariff revenue will be going back to corporations. Yes, like Amazon. You remember Amazon that literally increased their prices, put the increase next to it and said tariff cost, right? When you checked out, that you paid. Amazon never paid a fucking dime in tariffs. You, the consumer, paid, and guess who's getting all that refund money back? Amazon. Oh, that's the Trump administration, baby. Yeah, you thought you were getting a refund? But Amazon and Walmart are getting refunds, so enjoy that. Dude. Oh, my God. So essentially what they did is they taxed American consumers and then took that tax money and handed it back to the billionaires. You can't make this up. And MAGA's cheering for it. MAGA thinks this is amazing. Did you guys see? Did you see 160 billion in refunds? Yeah, they're in the mail. They're in the mail with the Doge checks and the other tariff refunds. And what was the other one? Oh, the no more income tax. Remember when he promised that? Oh, he re-promised it again this week, by the way. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, and here we go. This is the actual post I was going to show you. As you see here, tax refunds are here. 166 billions will now be up for grabs for businesses that paid duties later ruled illegal by the Supreme Court. Businesses collect the refunds. Consumers paid the price. Yeah. Wow. America, baby. We're killing it. Now, another one with it. Donald Trump has claimed inflation is fake. Obviously, inflation is ramping up insane right now due to the gas prices, due to the war with Iran, due to the supply chains being cut off. Inflation is spiking massive, and Trump's response to the spiking inflation was to say, we're having some fake inflation. Okay, and some responses. Fake inflation, says the billionaire who probably hasn't had to fill up his own gas tank for 40 plus years. I can't believe this guy who is the front man of populism, or for populism. High gas prices are a hoax now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Inflation's fake. It wasn't fake under Biden. Remember, inflation was a huge problem under Biden. That was one of the reasons why he lost the election. It wasn't fake. It wasn't fake for Biden, but it's fake for Trump. The fact that inflation is spiking up near 5% now and is going to be headed up to probably higher than what it was under Biden, as long as the world war stays going. But yes, inflation's fake. Fake news, just like the Epstein files. It's all fake. It's a Democrat hoax. Inflation is a Democrat hoax, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. You voted for this crook, but at least you understand now. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You can go back to my content from the very beginning. I have never voted for Donald Trump. Badge of honor. Badge of honor. I'm proud to be able to say that retroactively and in hindsight. I know a lot of people like to say that to me because I'm a conservative, but no, I have never liked him from the beginning. I thought he had some decent policies in 2016, and I'm always supportive. We're going to actually talk about, I call balls and strikes, and when Donald Trump does good things, it's very, very rare, but when he does good things, I give him credit for it. Problem is, I haven't had anything to give him credit for in a while. We do have a good thing that Donald Trump did this week, though. We'll get to it. Not a lot, but there's something. And then we got Elon Musk weighing in on the economy, of course. He's really trying to push this universal basic income. Nobody's got to work. So he says universal high income via checks issued by the federal government is the best way to deal with unemployment crisis caused by AI. AI, robotics will produce goods and services far in excess of the increase in the money supply. So there will be no inflation. Let me ask you guys this. Elon keeps saying this, right? That in the future, the government will just give us all money, right? Okay. That's a very non-conservative thing to say, But let's assume that that's true, right? Do you guys think, given what we know about the billionaire class, that they're going to hand over all of that profits to us, the American consumer that we don't work for? Or do you think that those businesses are just going to maximize profits and fuck the American people? I don't really see a situation where the elites take care of us, because I don't really think that they've demonstrated that they have that intention. Because why aren't they just doing it now? Elon Musk is worth $800 billion. Elon, you could take care of millions of people yourself. You're not giving any fucking money to us. So why would it somehow change with an increase in advent of AI? Why you're all of a sudden gonna get a conscience in your heart, Elon, and you're gonna start giving all your money away to the people? I just don't. Something inside me. I don't know what you guys think, and we could probably do a poll on that. I just don't see a situation where the billionaires take care of us. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just being a pessimist about this. But let's ask you guys. Will we all be rich thanks to AI and billionaires? What do you guys think? None of us will work, but we'll all be rich, and the billionaires of the world will donate all their money to us, and we're all going to feel great about it. Tough sell. I'm not sure where that's happened ever in not just U.S. history, but human history. All right, and here we go again. Fake promises Trump, and he loves to do this to his MAGA base, right? Where he just makes up false promises to get him going, and then never actually carries through on it. Well, we're back to abolishing income tax.
That at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay.
Okay. There you go. You're not going to have to pay taxes anymore. Donald Trump promising it, just like the Doge checks, just like the tariff refund checks. And yeah, I mean, it is straight socialism, which is kind of hilarious that it's being pushed by conservatives, I guess. But yeah, I don't see that as a realistic future, guys. All right. Next, we're going to get into, what are we doing next? Oh, even though the economy was heavily based on Trump, now we're getting straight into Donald Trump. Do a couple super chats first. Let's do a couple, just a couple. Then we'll jump into it. Watch some of the most psychotic shit he has to say. Have you seen Kash Patel's bit about Kash Patel? It's hilarious. I don't think so. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. I don't think so, though. I'll have to look for it. The Patels of India own 60% of U.S. hotels and motels. Interesting. Didn't know that. Do you think the other world leaders realize it's just terrible administration and not actually hurt us on the world stage after he's gone? Yeah, probably. I mean, you even see Iran say that. That's why Iran's not attacking. He's really not even trying to attack U.S. service members. They've even said, like, our war is not with the American people. That's what the former Ayatollah used to say all the time, right? They didn't give you any context to that, but they're saying their war is not with us. It's with the Epstein class. And yeah, I think if we get someone respectful following Trump, we very easily could get somebody even just as bad as him on the world stage following, right? If we get somebody like Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance, we're cooked. But if we get somebody in there that's, more of at least kind and well-spoken, like Obama, right, then, regardless of policy, then at least we'll probably garner some support back from our allies. But it's going to take some work. Watch the Onion Fox News report on the GOP struggling with its moderate PDF supporters. Canada's attack for being soft on being pro-PDF. Yeah. Bobby says, is it me or does our FBI director sound like one of the chipmunks? Alvin's days are numbered. He kind of does, actually. All right, last one. We'll jump back into the show. We have to get John Kirkerow on the show. Would like to hear you guys talk about, our greatest ally, what will come from it in the future. And we'll just speak to retired soft guys about mentality during GWAT and retirement. Do I know who John I know this name. There's so many people in the social media space to remember who everybody is. John Kirkerow. I do know that name, so I'm sure. Let me Google it real quick. Sure, I know who he is. The journalist? Oh. He's in the CIA, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah. Former CIA. Yeah. I know exactly who it is as soon as I saw his picture. Yeah. I'd love to have him on the show. He's super, super interesting. Let me write that down because we've been starting to, actually ask people to come on the show, which we've never done before. Jang was actually the first person, like besides my friends, right, that I know personally. Jang was the first person who we reached out to. I've had lots of people reach out to me, but we've started to do that so we can get a lot more cooler guests. So yeah, actually that is somebody that I am interested. Yeah, all right, we'll keep moving. All right, here we go. Back to the show. All right, let's talk about this is wild. This is Trump's approval rating is now in the negative with non-college educated white voters, aka MAGA.
It's the group that helped put him in the White House in 2016. And then again in 2024, the group that shifted tremendously from 2012 to 2016 and put him in the White House. We are talking about non-college white voters, and he is sliding right into the water. This is a rut-row moment, to quote the great Scooby-Doo. Trump's net approval rating with non-college whites. Look at this. In February of 2025, it was plus 32 points. Down it goes. Look at Johnny. Johnny is just shocked by this number. And now it is minus 2 points. That is a 34-point shift. And
that's non-college educated white males. That's literally MAGA. That is the MAGA base. That's the MAGA base, like through and through. And they have a 30-point shift negatively since February on his own, with his own base. So people say, when I say all the time, MAGA's dead. People, of course, MAGA is out there going, no, it's not. It's like, the numbers say it is. The numbers say it is. Now, this is absolutely hilarious. You guys remember when Donald Trump said that he thought he was depicting himself as a doctor, not Jesus Christ, when he blasphemed Jesus? We actually figured out why he said that. He didn't mean to say that. It's not what he was told. He wasn't told to say that he thought he was a doctor. This is what they told him to say. They told him to say the image was doctored. They were going to try to say it was fake. And Donald Trump, in his dementia brain, took that as he needed to say that he thought he was a doctor, not that the image was doctored. You can't make this up. Carolyn Levitt literally said it. So, yeah, which actually makes way more sense, right? That excuse made way more logical sense, right? He could try to say it was fake news. It's a doctored image. Instead, he went with, I thought I was a doctor healing people. It's like nobody believed that, obviously. Well, it turns out that, yes, his brain is just not working. Now, this is one of the most disgusting ones I've seen. And again, I don't know how MAGA defends this shit. Like, Donald Trump literally said, I am willing, and we talked about this on Friday, I am willing to risk giving up my rights and privileges as a citizen for our great military and country. He literally said it right here. Talking about the FISA Warrant Act, which allows the government to spy on you without a warrant. He is supporting that now. What is going on, MAGA? Like, what more does this guy have to do that is the opposite of what he ran on? What it's literally everything, every possible issue that this guy ran on. He is doing the opposite, not just like a little deviation from what he said, the polar opposite. No war with Iran, right? Low gas prices, high gas prices. Deportations, no deportations. Like the government spying on you, or no, not having the government spy on you, government spying on you. It's everything. Like, how do these people come out and shill for this dude and be like, this is what we voted for? You voted for warrantless spying on you? You voted for war in Iran? You voted for $7 a gallon gas? You voted for a dog shit economy? Really? Why would you want to vote for that? Did you really vote for that? Is that really what you voted for? That doesn't seem like a very smart thing to vote for. But his base is still defending him. I love this too. Remember Donald Trump and what MAGA said about Joe Biden issuing those preemptive pardons? Look what Donald Trump has said. Donald Trump said he's going to pardon everyone who has come within 200 feet of the Oval Office. Again, more of the same. He's going to pardon everybody. We'll see how, and we're going to talk about why. There's already Democrat movements talking about that they are going to prosecute or try to prosecute Donald Trump and his entire family the second he leaves office. So we'll talk about that when we get to the Democrat section of the show. Here's just more of him, of just not even having no concept of what reality is like the rest of us live in, right? This is just like a dude that's been a billionaire his whole life. Watch this.
About $4,000 or $5,000, and they wanted to raise your taxes. The great big beautiful bill also slashed taxes on millions of American small businesses, including restaurants, dry cleaners, corner stores. What is a corner store? I've never heard that term. I know what a corner store is, but I've never heard it described, a corner store.
He doesn't know what a corner store is. He doesn't know what a convenience store is. He's never heard the phrase, the corner store. Think about that. Think about that. Think about the reality that he's living in. Is so much different than the rest. If you asked literally any other American, what is a corner store? They would say, it's a fucking convenience store. We all know what a corner store is, right? A 7-Eleven, right? We have Dairy Mart out here in Oregon, right? There's Circle K. Like, it's just... Again, man, the fact that this dude doesn't know what a corner store is just like, okay, it starts to make sense of like why he thinks the economy is good, right? Like he just lives in this completely altered reality. I'm just going to put this one up on the screen. I'm not going to actually really read it, but it actually made me laugh my ass off when I saw this. If you guys really, it's like it got me in the first half. Anyway, I'm not going to read that one, but funny joke, right? What else has Trump got going on? Oh, praising Lindsey Graham. Yes, he says, this was last week, I think about like 6 days ago. He said, I just met with Senators Lindsey Graham and John Barrasso to talk about funding our great ICE agents and Border Patrol. Reconciliation is on track and we're moving fast and focused. Why is Donald Trump meeting with Lindsey Graham to talk about funding for ICE? What? Why? What does Lindsey Graham have to do with this? You should be meeting with your DHS secretary, not Lindsey. Why is he always meeting with Lindsey Graham for something? It's so like, what is Lindsey Graham going to tell me I need to do with the war? What's Lindsey Graham going to tell me I need to do with ICE? Lindsey, like, that's why I say Lindsey Graham is MAGA. He's the face of MAGA. People say, oh, well, even MAGA doesn't like Lindsey, but it's like, yeah, but that's Trump's like best friend, dude. Now, not just Trump, we got Trump and JD. We're talking about the POTUS and VPOTUS tonight in this section of the show. And yeah, what's going on with JD? Yes, JD, as a Catholic, decided to defend Donald Trump instead of the Catholic Pope. So JD came out and said it would be best for the Vatican to stick to matters of morality. Okay, JD.
Reasonable thing, Brett. I don't think that it's particularly newsworthy, but I certainly think that in some cases it would be best for the Vatican to stick to matters of morality, to stick to matters of what's going on in the Catholic Church.
So, you mean like denouncing genocide? You mean like denouncing unjust wars? Like matters of morality, JD? I believe that is the Pope's job, is to denounce those things. Since when is war not a matter of morality? I guess maybe not for, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. It is for the rest of us. It is for those who fought wars and know it is absolutely a matter of morality. But think about that. This is why I call it a cult. And we're going to see way worse than that. We're going to see way worse than that with people like Sean Hannity. Think about this. These people are Catholics. And they are denouncing the Pope to defend a politician. This is the definition of a cult. The definition of a cult. If you are a Catholic and you are defending Donald Trump as he's attacking the Pope, you are in a cult. You no longer can think for yourself. You no longer have any morals, values, or ideologies of your own. It's Orange Daddy says this, I believe this. That's the party now. Whatever Daddy tells me, that's what I believe. Tell me I'm wrong? Tell me that's not all MAGA is now. Is whatever Trump says, that's what we believe. There's no consistent values. There's no integrity. There's no ideological base or focus. It's just we'll just agree with whatever he says. What is it if you are in an organization or a group of people who believe only in anything the leader says? What is that called? That's called a fucking cult. That's literally what a cult is, right? So again, wild out here. And I told you guys, JD's cooked. JD Vance, I've been saying this forever, right? Months and months and months. I've said JD's got no path to victory in the White House. I've also said recently, I don't think JD Vance is going to run for president. I think he knows the writing's on the wall. He's got no chance. And new reporting is now coming out and saying JD Vance is considering not running for president in 2028 due to family priorities. Yeah, family priorities. Right, JD. Right, JD. No, I think he knows he's got no chance. He's going to lose. He's super, super unpopular. And so he's going to try to save his political future by not running and then decouple himself from Trump. And then maybe 4 to 8 years later, he can try to run again. I think that's what is in his brain right now. And here's a great reason why. We got the Mooch. The Mooch coming in to explain exactly this for us.
PD is halfway through the wood chipper right now. And so the whole attack on the Pope was to hit J.D. Vance. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand Donald Trump. Donald Trump, as far as he's concerned, he would like to be the last Republican president. Because he's such a nihilist, he's such a narcissist. He would like to tell the Republicans, you were nothing before I got here. I made you something. And now that I'm leaving the stage, you're nothing again. So he doesn't want Rubio or Vance to succeed him because then they could take, quote unquote, credit for something that he did. There's a one-man show. It's Donald J. Trump's show, nobody else's show. And the attack on the Pope is to hit Vance. Yeah. Vance has converted to Catholicism. Vance is writing a book about that conversion. And so Trump is attacking the Pope because it destroys Vance. He has to force Vance on Bret Baier's show to be a supplicant to Donald Trump.
That's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. And you know what else he did to Donald? You know what else he did to Vance? I told you guys he was going to do this. What did he do? He sent J.D. Vance to Pakistan to be the lead negotiator for a peace deal that he knew would fail, so that he could fucking point the finger and say it's all J.D. Vance's fault. He's literally, they hate each other. These two hate each other. And Donald Trump is trying to burn him into the ground. And he's doing a good job because, again, he's forcing J.D. Vance to. But here's the thing. What a bitch, dude. J.D. Vance, what a bitch you are. You know Donald Trump is setting you up and doing this to you on purpose, and you still come out there like a giant cuck on Bret Baier's show. And, well, I'm here to defend Donald Trump because, well, he's being mean to the Pope. But, like, what? You're a bitch, dude. Get a backbone, man. How can you let another grown man treat you that way? And you just take it. Oh, dude. I mean, that's the craziest thing about all these men in MAGA. I'm like, you guys are giant bitches, dude. Like the fact that you just let another grown man force you to think certain ways, right? Think about that. They can't think for themselves. Whatever Donald Trump says, that's what we have to say. Think about how big of a bitch you are as a man. You don't have your own sovereignty over your own fucking brain as a grown man. Oh, what's fucking pathetic, dude. Absolutely pathetic. I'm not telling you what to believe, but like have some morals, have some values that you stick by. Something, right? This as well, right? There's zero of that. Okay. Let's get to Pete, because we're talking about doing dumb shit when it comes to religion. There's nobody who does that better than Pete Hegseth, as he got quoting Pulp Fiction as if it was a Bible verse.
So the prayer is Caesar 25:17, and it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance.
You get the point. He just quoted Pulp Fiction. It's not even a Bible verse. And I love how he says, pray with me, as I quote Samuel L. Jackson. Just, oh my God, dude. I think he did. Yeah. Oh my God. What a fucking dork, dude. What a dork. There was actually, this is kind of crazy. There was a giant peer-reviewed study done that shows, psychological study shows Trump supporters reject information that contradicts their beliefs as a coping mechanism. And this is called cognitive dissonance. We talk about this show on all the time. We're talking about this on the show all the time, right? How many times have I said this is exactly what's going on with MAGA? There was three peer-reviewed studies published together in the Journal of Social and Political Psychology revealing, excuse me, let me get a drink of water. Political psychology reveal a striking pattern when confronted with documented evidence of Trump's sexual misconduct and corruption. His reporters overwhelmingly resort to denial. I mean, I thought that was my opinion on it, and yeah, no, don't get me wrong. They did it with Joe Biden too, right? But Joe Biden's not in power, and neither Democrats in power, so we're not talking about that, right? But you're 100% right. The left does this as well. And that we saw that with Joe Biden, his cognitive defects, and they came out and said he's the sharpest he's ever been. It's the same shit, right? The cult is on the political cult's on both sides, right? That's why we don't subscribe to it on either side, Democrat or Republican, right? We try to be free, independent thinkers and look at each individual. But the point being is that is what people do, right? When they're supportive of politicians or like cultish supporters of politicians, that's how their brain functions. They cannot think objectively anymore, right? They just deny whatever they see, and that's a great way of actually looking at it. All right, next we're going to do Democrats. We're going to talk about Democrats. A lot to talk about with Democrats tonight. Haven't had a lot to talk about with Democrats recently because they've been very, very quiet, kind of just letting Republicans shit the bed on their own. But there's a lot going on. We're going to talk about some political candidates, some president candidates that have popped up that, may be interesting that we may not have thought about before. All right, but let's do some super chats before we jump into that. Just a few of them. The most important person on your team as a leader is the guy who will call you out and hold you accountable. We talk about this on the show all the time, right? You need the pessimist. Not the most enjoyable person to be around, but necessary. Excuse me, got the hiccups. Trump doesn't have that. 100%. This is so important. It's the guy who says, "Hey, this is fucking dumb." Hey, sir, this is fucking dumb. We all know. I was this guy at one point in the back end of my career when I was a very, very senior E7, looking to get promoted to E8, and I was that guy on my team. Yes. Hey, Sarge, this is fucking dumb. Let's not do this to the rest of our guys, our young guys, right? And if you don't have that, shit can spiral out of control. And this is anybody who's been in the military knows that to be true for sure. Hardway says the only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. Albert Camus, I'm on it, sir. I like that. That's a great quote. That's a great quote. I like that one. Frank says, at this point, America has become a reality TV show where all the main protagonists are fucking morons. Well, think about this. To your point, who's the president? The president is a reality TV show host. Who's the Secretary of War? The host of Fox and Friends Weekends, right? I mean, who's the director of the FBI? A podcaster. Who was the deputy director of the FBI? A podcaster. Just all of them are they're all in reality TV for the most part, right? So to your point, yeah, he hired a bunch of people from reality TV, and now we're shocked. Yeah. Again, and you know what I think is so many of us thought, even myself, I was a little bit guilty of this. I was really guilty of like, I'm going to give these people a chance, right? The reason why I'm going to give these people a chance is this isn't they're not typical politicians. It's not your typical 4-star general who's the Secretary of Defense, right? It's not some very high level politician that's the Secretary of State. All right, we're shaking it up. And what we realized is that actually experience fucking matters. And no, it's a terrible idea to put people with no experience into the highest positions of the government. So we did the thought experiment. The thought experiment's over, right? No, we actually do need to put qualified people in charge of the FBI and the Department of Justice, and the Secretary of War probably needs to be somebody that's got a ton of combat experience and probably a 3 or 4-star general. Like, we learned the thought experience, or the thought experiment failed, right? It failed. We got it. Tracking. Let's not do it again. Let's hire some qualified people who aren't fucking reality TV stars. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, it failed. The whole movement failed. We got it. Tracking. What was it? This one. Super says, "What's up, Nate? I sent you a video on IG, crazy-ish. Okay, I'll look for it after. Again, I can't look these stuff up during. God, there's pollen out here. Spring in Oregon. Wrecks me. Can't look at it while I'm on the show because, again, I never know what you guys are sending me. So I'll take a look at it when we're done. Thank you. Ryan says the liquor cabinet is on point. Shit, they even have a Kennedy. Yeah. Old Robert doing wild shit. All right, 2 more, and then we'll jump back in. Did Cash really file a lawsuit, or is just claiming he will? I don't believe he's filed it yet. I believe he's threatening a $250 million lawsuit. I do not believe he's filed it yet. I may be wrong on that. It may have happened since the last time I looked at the story. Manlet Patel's girlfriend is definitely not a honeypot. Yes, I agree, Tyler. There's no way. There's no way. All right, actually, we'll do 2 more, then we'll jump back in. Any news from your friends flagging an escalation of war? We hear one thing from the media lies. Just curious on what I should or should not prep for. Thanks for continuing to seek the truth. For my active duty friends, there's a lot of mobilization right now to the Middle East, to the Iran area, but I haven't heard anything as for a ground invasion. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not happening. It's just that the guys that I still know that are active may not be in a unit that's being, prepped to actually go conduct warfare there. So you never know, right? So take that as a, I haven't heard anything, but that certainly doesn't mean that there's not stuff cooking. Coffee says Trump hasn't told us how his bones are feeling. Big disappointment. Well, I'm sure they're not feeling great, with bone spurs and everything that he's got. All that weight. Okay, let's jump into it. Let's talk about Democrats. We're going to start with the most interesting thing that I've seen this week, and that is this. I did not even think about this at all, and I actually want to get your guys' opinion on this. New poll. This is not somebody I even thought about as a presidential candidate, but new poll pegs Mark Kelly as leading as a 2028 presidential contender. So this is super interesting, and a recent poll by Yale polling found that registered Democrats view Arizona Senator Mark Kelly as the second most electable potential candidate, just behind Gavin Newsom. I'm shocked that he's behind Gavin Newsom. But this one is interesting, okay? I want to see, before I show you the next thing, I want to get a poll, okay? Because I'm going to show you something that's going to make you guys go, oh, oof, maybe, or you might like it. But let's get a poll. Mark, would you support Mark Kelly for president? We got everybody. We got Democrats in here, Republicans in here, conservatives, progressives, far leftists. We got everybody in the channel. So what do you guys think? Yes or no? And then I'm going to give you my opinion on it here in a second. I'm actually going to come back to that. I want to let the poll roll for a little bit before I actually show you something here. So we'll come back to that. God damn. All right, we'll come back to that in a second. But I want to show the good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff coming out of Democrats this week. Most of it because of Bernie, of course, because he's the only one worth a damn. But this was pretty big. Bernie has been on a warpath, denouncing AIPAC, denouncing support for greatest ally, calling for all funding to be cut off to them, calling for all military aid to be cut off to them. It says here, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders slams PM Netanyahu. For Netanyahu, the war in Gaza was not enough. Iran is not enough. He is now waging a full-blown war and expansion in Lebanon. And then, if you didn't know this, it was Bernie Sanders' resolution he put forward in the Senate to attempt to stop arms deals to our greatest ally. Now, this failed on the Senate floor. However, the good news is 85% of Democrats voted in favor. Of course, 100% of Republicans voted to continue arming Israel, but at least we don't need to watch that. That's just them talking about it. At least, and here's you can if you're a Republican in here, that's fine, but at least one side is trying to do something about this. Fucking something. And Bernie says here, this week, I will be forcing a vote to block nearly $500 million in bombs and bulldozers to our greatest ally. Enough is enough. U.S. taxpayers must not keep funding Netanyahu's government mass killing and displacement of civilians in Gaza, Iran, and Lebanon. Awesome. Love it. How can you complain about that? Right? Bernie is the only one. Well, not the only one. He's the only one standing up and trying to do something. Luckily. And again, I've got my gripes with progressive Democrats. Although, to be honest, populist progressive Democrats, I agree with way more than MAGA Republicans or blue MAGA, blue dog Democrats. So I find myself more often agreeing with progressive Democrats than I do either of those shit shows. And here's some other good news. AOC vows to oppose all arms funding for our greatest ally. Good news. I can't knock that at all. Again, we call balls and strikes. All right. We should be able to say that when there's good things, even people you don't like are doing. Here's another one. Zoran Mandadi comes out and says he supports AOC's vow to end all military aid to our greatest ally. Good. AOC was a bartender. Yeah, she was. And how come she's fucking smarter than all the MAGA Republicans on this issue? I don't see any MAGA Republicans coming out trying to stop all funding to our greatest ally. She is. And again, I don't agree with everything AOC has to say, but I do hear at least her, Bernie. These are all people that are doing way more than the Republican Party is to this. All right. And I know that's going to it's going to make some Republicans upset that Democrats are doing something that they wish their own party was. Now, all right, what's our polling look like? Let's go back to this. Wow, this is way closer than I thought. Support for Mark Kelly for president, 48% yes, 52% no. I thought you guys were going to have that way higher as yes, right? Because he's a moderate Democrat. He's not a progressive. He's a veteran. He's most certainly an amazing military record, Valor Awards, the whole bit. Astronaut. However, yes, let's go back to this. If you didn't know, you need to know this about Mark Kelly. Whoa! Oh! Kadushta! Whoa! $4.5 million from AIPAC. That's one of the highest I've ever seen. So, this is exactly what I was going to tell you guys. That, what, I'm gullible? Why do people say this? This is AIPAC Tracker. This is money tracked, bud. You can hate it all you want, but it is what it is. That's true. All right. So, yeah, I mean, it's the second you see that, you go, womp, 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 womp. No thanks. I'll pass. Don't even fucking put your hat in the ring. $4.5 million for a senator is insane. It's fucking insane. We're going to look at some other Democrats that have some AIPAC funding. $4.5 million is wild. Okay. Now, if people want a new poll, or you want to redo the poll, you guys get your second votes. I think there's a lot of people who just saw that and went, oh shit. All right, we'll redo the poll. Okay. So again, we now that we've shown you that, you get a revote. All right. That's the only fair part because I kind of set you guys up. All right. All right, we'll let it run again. Now that you know that dude is literally in Netanyahu's pocket, one of the most bought and paid for senators in Congress. It's not looking so great anymore, is it? Okay, let's keep moving. Keep moving. Where were we at? Oh, yeah. And Democrats, you got to get your shit together, right? All the Democrats here. This shit is gotta, not you guys. It's not the Democrat Americans, like your everyday Americans, but the party. This ain't it, homies. This is a new ad by AIPAC.
Well, I appreciate the relationship that I've had with AIPAC from the very beginning of my congressional journey.
The pro-Israel community fully embraced me.
See that? AIPAC is the top fundraiser for Democrats.
AIPAC played a very important role in my political campaign. I think it really helped it take off.
Look at that. All right, to my point. Unfortunately, the Democrat Party is still completely controlled by the Israel lobby, right? Completely controlled. The political establishment, not the base. What's crazy is the base is massively anti our greatest ally. It's something like 18% support. So the base hates it, and the political establishment, Democrats in charge, just do the opposite of what the base wants. So that is a big, big problem for Democrats moving forward. They basically have to tear down their own establishment leadership, right? Chuck Schumer's got to go. Hakeem Jeffries has got to go. Cory Booker's got to go. Like, all these people got to go. All the blue MAGA war dog Democrats have to go, right? My point is, it doesn't do us any good in removing the current MAGA establishment and putting in a bunch of blue MAGA Democrats. That doesn't do us any good when we're the exact same position we're already in, except for, we'll probably have more censorship and some other different shit. But we'd like to see something change, right? I've got no problem saying, hey, fucking do not vote for Republicans. Republicans have no business being rewarded for how poorly they've done. Vote Democrat. I'm fine with that. But the problem is, Democrats aren't showing, the political apparatus of the Democrats aren't showing that they're any different. At the moment, they're showing they're the exact same. So hopefully the Democrat base can vote the correct way for their own party. You know what I mean? It's rough out here. And here's my point to that. This is still who's in charge, right? Hillary Clinton tells MSNBC, I am a supporter of our greatest ally. I am a staunch supporter of our greatest ally. This is essentially what is in charge of the Democrat Party, right? Is this group of people. And they got to go, right? They got to fucking go. But luckily, we do have some Democrats that are calling for exactly what I'm talking about. There's Ro Khanna talking about literally removing Chuck Schumer because of exactly this.
Schumer was one of only 7 Democrats to vote to send bulldozers to Israel. 40 Senate Democrats voted no. These bulldozers are used to illegally destroy Palestinian villages. Mr. Schumer, you are out of touch with the base of this party and with your own caucus. Step aside. Chuck Schumer was one of only 7.
Okay, so there is, right? We do have, good. We got good ones on both sides. Not very many. We got, the progressive left and the America First right. Thomas Massey's, Marjorie Taylor Greene's, Ro Khanna's, Bernie Sanders. We got good ones on both sides. But they gotta decouple from the Chuck Schumer, Hillary Clinton base, right? It's got to happen. I don't know if they can do it. Now, here's another one we've talked about before that's a big disappointment. James Tallarico. And guess what? James Tallarico reported a first quarter funding tally of over $27 million. Now, how do you think he did that, if you had to guess? Well, Another one of those you find out is also taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from the AIPAC lobby. Womp, 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 womp. Everybody, I know a lot of Democrats like James Talrico. You need to be aware of wolves in sheep clothing. And he is one of those that is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Okay. Just sorry. I know. We thought initially a couple months ago, the stuff he was saying, we're like, this sounds pretty good. Then you find out, yeah, no, sorry, dude. No, he's been burning in, and he's just another paid corporate Democrat, right? He's part of the Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer, Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries base. All right. It's too bad. It's like some of the only ones we got. Graham Plattner is one of the only ones we got that's, actually principled, that's running a new candidate, right? Principled, has his own values, is consistent to those values, isn't taking money from the AIPAC lobby, isn't taking money from all foreign lobbies. One of the only ones. There is some, right? There's some. You got the Thomas Masseys, the Graham Plattners, the Bernie Sanders. There's good ones on both sides. The problem is they're like 5% of Congress. And we're getting to this juxtaposition where on both sides of the aisle, the American people are not being represented for what they want by the political apparatuses in charge, both on the right and the left. What we want, they are not doing. And mainly because of the problem with foreign lobbying and all the money involved in all of it. But they are, neither side is doing what their own party wants them to do. However, and this is a great juxtaposition clip of, let me show you this. But while the Democrats are putting out these AIPAC ads, this is the actual response from Democrats at the Michigan Democrat Convention to an AIPAC-backed candidate. Watch this.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. I'm standing up here. Michigan Democrats, I'm standing up here with my friends.
Wow.
Tell me who's the leader.
Yikes. Does that not perfectly exemplify exactly what I'm talking about? Politicians standing on stage with AIPAC signs as their entire Democrat base viciously boos them. So, what we're going to have to see is in the midterm voting, right? Are Democrats going to vote in AIPAC-backed candidates, or are they not going to? If there's a massive referendum on those candidates, then you're going to see something change. But if you see the people just vote these same people in, we're cooked, right? We're cooked. And that goes for Republicans too. The problem is there's just so few Republicans that are running on that platform. Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's some other ones? Like who else we got on the Republican side? Fishback. That's like what, 3 people? Anybody else? Am I missing anybody that's actually a good Republican at this point? Not very many. There's like even so. Oh, Dan Bilzerian. Yeah, Dan Bilzerian for sure. 100%. We're gonna definitely support Dan. That's about it though, right? Even, and I'll show you another one. I'm going to show you one here in a minute when we get to Republicans. Even some of the ones you think. But here's another problem. Look at what happened here. This was a vote to shut down Trump's war powers with Iran. This failed by 1 vote in the House. And who broke the tie-breaking vote? A Democrat. Jared Golden is the one Democrat who voted to let Trump's Iran war continue. Democrats are the reason why. Now, the reason why I say this, obviously, not all Democrats. Republicans, of course, are going to vote for this because they're shills for Donald Trump. If it wasn't for Democrats, they had the ability to shut this down, and it was a Democrat. It was a Democrat that broke the tie for Republicans. Right? That shit's got to stop. And again, this is what, again, like I said, there's good and bad in Democrats tonight. Then here we got the bad. We got some of the bad coming up. And that is if you keep putting these fucking people up, right? Here's old cackling Kamala as she's starting her basically starting her presidential campaign with this stuff.
Hey everyone, so I'm here in Charlotte. Since the start of Trump's war of choice, it's $15 more every time you fill up your tank of gas. The price of diesel has now gone up 80% since the start of the war. And you best believe that's going to carry over to how much you're paying for all the goods that are being transported on those semis. We've got a president who is paying more attention to what he thinks is in his best political interest and personal interest, as opposed to what is in the best interest of working people in America.
Now, she didn't say anything wrong. Everything she just said there was objectively true. It's just, she's got no chance. Zero path to victory, obviously. One of the most disliked politicians in the history of America.
I'm thinking about it, but I have not decided. So there you are. Yeah. But right now, we do want to focus on the midterms. Yeah. We have so much at stake right now, and I think it's so, South Carolina is so critical, as everyone here knows, to the future of our country. And so we want to stay active. We want to stay engaged. The power is with the people, in spite of whatever forces are trying to convince us otherwise.
She's got to go, dude. She's got to go. Her, Clinton, Schumer, Pelosi, they got to go, man. The party, you got to get rid of these. Like the Democrats, you got to get rid of that shit. The Newsoms, Gavin Newsom as well. Like it's not gonna work, right? We already saw that. Okay. Let's do a poll here real quick. Actually, Sport Mark Kelly. Oh, after we showed you that AIPAC tracker, that 50-50 went to 80-20 pretty fast. Yeah, I figured that that would be the response to that once we showed you that. Let's do a poll here. Let's go. I'm gonna put some Democrat choices up. Again, sorry, Republicans, you got to make a choice. There's no no vote choice, right? We never do that because that's too easy. We're gonna put some choices up here. These are actually all the front runners to currently who's talking about running. Actually, let's do this. And then we'll slide Kelly in there too. These are basically the main four that are being talked about right now in the poll. I don't think any of the four of these are who Democrats want to put up, but that's who they have as choices right now. I guess we could have put Buttigieg up there too, but I don't think he's got any chance. Well, he hasn't announced. He hasn't made any statement that he has any interest in running. So I'm not going to put somebody up there. These are the main candidates that Democrats have right now that are in the polling, that are on the Cauchy odds. Other than Kelly, we slid him in there because he's new in the space of maybe running, and again is polling second behind Newsom. Again, too bad. Can't say none of them. Don't vote then. But there's no, I don't give you guys option for none of the above because then everybody would choose none of the above. That defeats the whole purpose. What this does is it lets us find out who's the least hated. Who's the least hated? And I'll tell you guys who I would vote for out of the four once we look back at the poll. Okay. Next, we're going to jump into what Republicans have going on. Okay. Let's do a couple super chats before we jump into that. Some good stuff, mostly bad, as it turns out, as usual on both sides of the aisle. And typically it's the same people that are good on both sides. Typically it's, Bernie Sanders doing good stuff, Graham Patner doing good stuff on the left, and Thomas Massey doing good stuff on the right. That's about it. But we'll get to that next. All right. We got this one. Apologies, I meant food shortages and rationing on U.S. ships. Is it real? Oh, on the military ships. Yes. I've been seeing the pictures coming out of the aircraft carriers. Well, it's gross. The food they're being served right now is fucking disgusting. If you guys haven't seen, I have seen all the pictures of that. I do know the stories about that. It's looking pretty rough for our boys and girls that are deployed right now on those ships. It's not looking good. That's real. I thought you meant food shortages in the United States, but across the ships, it is looking like that, which is not good. Not a good way to treat our troops as they're deployed. I can tell you that. Corey says, I hit the like button. I commented. I'm helping. Hell yeah, you are, brother. That always helps. Appreciate the work you're doing, brother. Have you gotten in touch with Lionel Nation? He wants to join the fray. Christ is king. Lionel Nation. I'm not sure who that is. Lionel Nation. I'm not aware of that one, Corey. Sorry, brother. Unless we had talked about it before and I'm just brain farting, which could be because I have 1,000 different things going on in my brain. But unless I'm missing what that is. Everybody's saying they love Lionel. So I guess I need to look that up. I necessarily need to look that up. I'll take a look. I will write. Hold on, let me close these out so I can write that down. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. All right. Okay, let's get back to the show. I'll look at that once I get done with the show tonight. Thank you. Viewers, there will be a food storage trucking companies are not delivering to states for rising fuel costs. Nate, if you want me to speak on it, let me know. Yeah, I've seen you talk about this before, man. And Kenneth, I know, is big in the or is part of the freight community or works in freighting. And dude. Man. I mean, we could potentially talk about that. Message me on Instagram, and we could potentially talk more about it. I'd be very interested to find out. That's something I don't know a lot about, is how freight works, right? So I rely on the expertise of guys like you for that. Thank you. Duchess says, do you think someone will remove Trump before it's too late? I just don't think so. Maybe after the midterms, but even then, I'm starting to think that we Democrats are so complacent. I don't know. Even if they take power, they might not do shit, right? It's just, I don't have any faith in that, unfortunately. No, not at the moment. Do I think he's going to make it all the way to his term? I don't know. Natural causes, and by that I mean fucking diet of only McDonald's and Diet Coke. That could get him. He most certainly has coronary heart disease. He's got all the signs and symptoms of that. So that's probably our best hope, is McDonald's takes him down before anybody else does, but we'll find out. Jimmy says, I heard from a contact that grew up in Boston, Alexis Wilkins is Israeli. Why is she claims to be Christian is strange? I don't know. She claims she's not, right? But if you were, potentially a foreign agent, you probably wouldn't admit to that, right? If you were a spy, you're probably not going to admit to that. Not saying that she is, of course. We don't want to get sued. Just saying. Hypothetically speaking, you would probably keep that to yourself. Okay, one more, two more. We'll jump back into it. Liquor cabinet and Straits of Vermouth. That's a good joke right there. Straits of Vermouth. Oh, well done. Well done, Dr. Surfer Chick. That was a very, very good joke. Well done. Love and respect from Wyoming. Hell yeah. I actually love Wyoming. Beautiful, beautiful state. Penta, what's up, Penta? Listening to Trump speak is like listening to bad, nonsensical, freeform jazz, and all freeform jazz is bad and nonsensical. Love, brother. It's almost like slam poetry, right? Doesn't it feel like Pete Hegseth is like the worst at like slam poetry when he gets up there and speaks? But it does kind of feel like that, yeah. Okay, let's. That's funny. Let's jump back in. All right, let's talk about it. Of course. What do we got going on? Oh, I need to do this one first. This one's important to do. Then we'll do this. All right. Of course, the only Republican who is a part of supporting Bernie Sanders' movement on this is Thomas Massie. And we should end all military aid to Israel. Yeah. Well, I agree. Thank you for being the one Republican. Well, I guess Marjorie is probably on board with that too. Okay, and then you have this, a new story breaking. It says the Boone County Republican Party. I love that the Republican Party thinks that this is a win, right? The Boone County Republican Party in Kentucky has officially rejected a resolution to endorse Thomas Massie by a vote of 50 to 28. And what does the comment section say? Says stops aid to Israel, instantly rejected. Massie's America first. That's why they're hating on him. Israel runs our government. Massie is a Democrat. Ooh, Thomas Massie, love button. He's a Democrat. You got, and see, these ones are getting massively ratioed by these ones, of course. But yeah, Massie is getting a lot of support, and yeah, of course, the second he comes out and says that wants to cut off funding They don't want to endorse him anymore, but he's not going to need the endorsement anyway. It's not going to matter. All right, this post is absolutely hilarious. Katie Miller, who is Stephen Miller's husband, or excuse me, wife, literally said this on Twitter: liberal men aren't attractive. And then response, bruh, imagine writing this when you're married to this guy. I mean, the audacity of this woman to fucking say liberal men aren't attractive when you're married to this. Wow. Wow. Look, I fucking, it depends on what you're attracted to, right? Maybe Katie Miller, maybe that's attractive to like little goblins. Maybe she's attracted to tiny little goblins, and that's what she thinks attractive. And so she doesn't like that there's not any tiny little goblin men in the Democrat Party. I'm not sure, but so who was that? Puff Like Jesus says Stephen Miller, the sex icon of 2026, dude. Oh my God. Just the audacity of her to, yeah. Katie says you're married to Nosferatu. He does. If you put some vampire fangs on him, he looks exactly like Nosferatu. But just the audacity of that woman. Also, here we go. Look at this. Look who posted this. Randy Fine says, don't be a panicking. Trust Trump. No, I don't think I will. I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass on trusting Trump. Thanks, Randy. And here's the thing. If Randy Fine is endorsing Trump and saying to trust Trump, that should tell you everything you need to know. That, no, in fact, we're going to pass on that. All right. Here's one you're going to be disappointed in, and this is why I never bring him up when we talk about Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know he likes to pretend that he's part of this, but he's not, and God, what a disappointment he is compared to his dad. And that is Rand Paul. Yep, Rand Paul. With that fat, there he is, kissing the wall, and that fat $200,000 from AIPAC. And it says here, Rand Paul, I believed in you, man. I voted for you in the 2016 primary. No more. You're not your dad. He's definitely not his dad. His dad, God, man, how could his dad obviously wouldn't support this. His dad has been fighting this longer than anyone in politics. Ron Paul has been fighting the Israel lobby for 30 years, and his son's out here wearing the kippah and kissing the wall. What the fuck, man? Too bad. What a letdown. Now, check this out. This next guy does not know where he wants to land. It's like he wants to detach himself from the whip of his master, but he just can't do it all the way. And that is, of course, Matt Walsh. Yes, Matt Walsh has had some great takes recently, and then, of course, reverts back to terrible takes. It's like the fence sitting, but here's what he said. He said, I can't take the gaslighting. Guys, I really can't. Conservatives are now running around saying Iran has been waging war on us for 47 years. Okay, then why didn't any of you call for an attack on Iran at any point until now? Why didn't you make a case for Trump ending the war, not starting it, until you precisely the moment when Trump did it? You and I both know that you're latching on to talking points you never used until 45 seconds ago. You and I both know that every conservative influencer in the business was opposed to war with Iran until just now. And now you're trying to use justifications that stretch back decades. It doesn't make any sense. If you change your mind, fine, say so, explain why. You're allowed to change your mind. I've changed my mind on things, but don't try to rewrite history. Be honest about it. There's too much at stake to play these games. What? Matt Walsh comes out and says shit that we all agree with. Just common sense. Where's that been, dude? Where's that been? Like, what? Again, I'm sure. I imagine he got in big trouble from his boss for posting that. But it's just like, dude, he doesn't know. He's so. And then the next post you'll get from him, he does the entire opposite, right? So it's like one of those guys where it's like, dude, you're so close. You're so close to getting it. You're so close to getting it, and you just, and this is probably just more accurate, is that he's there at the Daily Wire to sort of make conservatives who are like disgusted by the Daily Wire sort of feel like, oh, maybe I can still support the Daily Wire because I like Matt Walsh. That's most likely what it really is. But God, it'd be nice to. I don't I don't dislike Matt Walsh. I've said this before on my channel. I think Matt has a lot of good content overall. He's like one of the least out of all the conservative MAGA influencers. He's like the one I dislike the least. I just wish he would leave the Daily. I think he's very talented. I do. At social media, at content. I think he's very, very talented. It's just like, dude, I think he's got to be under some fucking hardcore contract at this point, because why would you hang on to that? It's like, man, just leave the Daily Wire, go independent. Like, you say what you actually want to say, and I guarantee he'll be bigger than everybody at the Daily Wire. But he just, again, I think he's locked into a contract, and you know, it's probably rough for him. I'm not trying to make excuses for him, because he says a lot of shit that I definitely disagree with, but I think he's got the most potential out of everybody on that side. Or yeah, but as I said, it's the money, but I just don't think that there's that much money coming into the Daily Wire anymore. Like, he's the most successful one. His YouTube channel is the most successful out of all of them now. So yeah, again, too bad, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, and this is a good point too, right? This is a good point too. He's probably gonna bad take. It's my opinion, not bad or good. It's my opinion. You're just fucking retarded, and you don't know what a opinion is, right? That's not how things work. Whether I like another human being or not is not a good or a bad take. That's my personal opinion. Just fucking retarded. Okay, you don't like him, that's fine. I'm not defending him. I make fun of him all the time. I just think he's got actual potential. But he's got to realize it. You know what I mean? But again, I don't think he's going to. Oh, again, talking about people who had massive, massive potential and have just burned in. Tulsi Gabbard. Look what she just posted. This was a couple days ago. Tulsi posts this. As we observe the solemn week of Holocaust remembrance, we honor the memory of 6 million Jays and millions of others murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators. We stand in solidarity with the survivors and their families, and all carry the scars of unbelievable, unimaginable evil. Thanks, Tulsi. Yeah, okay. God. Oh, God. As she supports the war in Iran. After she, spent an entire career saying no war with Iran, selling literal T-shirts and merch that says no war with Iran. And now that's her. Fuck, dude. What a letdown. Right? There's just letdowns on these people. You know? I mean, this is like... Whatever. There must be a lot of... I would just guess there's a lot of money involved in that. That's the only thing I could think of. Because otherwise it doesn't even make sense. Now, what else are Republicans doing? Oh, okay. Well... Not releasing the Epstein files, but Republicans in Congress do have the time to introduce a bill that's going to put Trump on Mount Rushmore, make his birthday a federal holiday, push for official Peace Prize recognition, and place him on a $250 bill. The most painful part of this is that it's true. Oh. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the disrespect of... The disrespect to the other presidents on Mount Rushmore by putting him on there, putting on a actual PDF on Mount Rushmore in America. Nah, I'll pass. I'm good. And a peace prize for a dude that's bombed 9 countries in a year. Yeah, I just don't know. But yeah. Somebody just said this is dictator. Yeah, I mean it literally is, right? Like he's building Arc de Trump and he's putting his name on the JFK Center. Right, he wants to be on Mount Rushmore. He's an absolute psychopath. And the fact that these people support it is just wild. Some other not good news coming out of Palantir, J.D. Vance's daddy. What are they saying? Well, military software company Palantir is calling for mandatory military service in the United States. It says Palantir made a post on X about the company's position Saturday, saying in part, because we get asked a lot, the Technological Republic, in brief, before sharing 22 credos outlined in the book written by Palantir co-founder Alex C. Karp. Number 6 reads, national service should be a universal duty. We should, as a society, seriously consider moving away from all volunteer force only for the next war if everyone shares the same risk and cost. Yes, Palantir, a literal... surveillance company that is helping commit genocide in Gaza wants the United States to go to mandatory military service. But you know who's not probably going to have to adhere to that? Barron Trump. Every politician's kid. Usually there's always exemptions, right, for conscription. Even in countries that have conscription, there's always exemptions for rich people, for politicians' kids. So yeah, I'll pass. Palantir. Thanks. I actually don't think conscription is that bad of an idea for a society. In some ways, I think it's used in Korea and a lot of different countries very effectively. However, we're a country of 350 million people, so the numbers don't even make sense at all. If you put every 18-year-old had to do a year in the military, the military one couldn't handle it because it would be just such a massive influx of people. Yeah, BTS did serve. Yep, in Korea. That's true. They could have got out of it if they wanted to, but anyway, for America, it doesn't make any sense, right? We don't need a bigger military. We have the biggest military in the world. It doesn't need it to be any bigger, right? So again, yeah. And when a surveillance company is saying that, I'll pass. All right, last one for Trump, or not Trump, excuse me, for people close to Trump, I guess we could say. That's what we've been covering. And I told you there's one even worse than J.D. Vance when it comes to being a cultist, and that is this fucking guy, Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity literally came out and said this.
Now, I do want to shift gears with a message to the Vatican tonight, specifically to Pope Leo, who has openly condemned America's war in Iran while seemingly enjoying a public fight with President Trump. First, let me give some context. Like millions of Americans, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. I even attended a seminary in high school, studied theology, Latin, went to Mass daily. But as of today, I no longer consider myself a Catholic. Where are the pointed words?
Okay, we don't need to listen to him explain why, because he's a fucking idiot. But think about that. He's been Catholic his entire life. He just denounced his faith, and the reason he gave was because the Pope denounced a war. And Donald Trump doesn't like the Pope. Those were his two reasons, that he left his faith. Now, say what you want. Like, if you're not religious, whatever. I'm just saying. You've been a Catholic your entire life, and you're leaving the church because the Pope denounced a war? When I told you this shit is a cult, that's what I'm talking about. Think about how much of a psychopath you have to be to renounce your faith because the leader of your faith denounced a war. That's it. These people are insane. They're insane. Like, how could you be that big of a simp shill for another grown man? That you leave your faith because another grown man doesn't like the religious leader of your faith? Wow. What a fucking cuck. Holy shit, dude. Isn't that wild? And again, whether you're Catholic, Christian, you're, Jewish or Muslim, it doesn't matter. My point is, anybody from any faith, if you actually denounced your faith because your religious leader denounced a war, you're in a cult. And you are lost, homie. You're lost. Right? You are lost in life. That's it's rough out here. Okay. We're going to do 1-2 super chats, and we're going to get into what's going on with the MAGA cinematic universe, we'll call it, right? So we did the actual Trump administration. Now we're going to talk about all the people in the MAGA cinematic universe, the Tuckers, the Joe Rogans, because there's a lot going on there, all right? And that's what we got next. We got some very interesting stuff to talk about. We're going to do a couple super chats, and we'll jump into it. Okay. I'm creeped out by Palantir CEO's comments on X and Trump family in bed with AI defense links to our greatest ally. Why invest in defense if you foresee peace? Great point. And we just talked about how sketchy that company is. And guys, I want you to understand, when I criticize Palantir because I used Palantir before it was ever public. Before anybody even knew what that company was, we were using Palantir in special operations for targeting in the global war on terror and in Afghanistan. I know exactly what that software can do, and it's horrifying to think about it using on the American people. We knew who everyone in Afghanistan was. I'm talking about Afghanis in like villagers who have no access to power. We knew who they were. Imagine what that can do integrated into the American society and government with technology. They're going to know everything about everyone, right? It's amazing. Trust me, the software was amazing for intel targeting. We could find anybody anywhere. But the problem with that is now it's being used against the American people. And it's very, very scary. I can trust you. If you guys knew how good this software actually was at what it's designed to do, you'd be horrified. Again, I've used it. I've literally used the software myself. So it's not good. It's not fucking good, boys. And the fact JD Vance is their little puppet, that's why I'm so anti JD Vance. Is because I know who's controlling him. And we don't need that integrated into our government, even though it's already being integrated into our government. So, yikes. The orange ape. Well, hold on. He does remind me of an orangutan. He's got the body of an orangutan. He looks like an orangutan. He's orange like an orangutan. Oh, shit. That's actually funny. He does remind me of an orangutan now that you made that. Somebody just said orangutan. Okay. Boom. That was good. The jokes are flying in. Let me finish your comment. In the corner after generals took the new cuts from him. Yeah. Okay. Bobby says, wonder what will happen if our greatest ally provokes Article 5 with our NATO alliance. Well, they might do that with Turkey, Bobby. I think we're going to leave NATO before they do it. So, yeah, I think that's probably why and we talked about it before, that's definitely why the United States is considering leaving NATO. That way, when that happens, United States isn't, because think about this. With the NATO defense treaty, the United States has to come to the aid of another NATO ally if that ally is attacked. And if Israel were to attack Turkey, the United States would be required to go to war with Israel through the NATO defense treaty. So we have to get out of that before it happens. So that's why we're going to leave NATO. I'm 90-10 that we leave NATO by the time Trump is out of office for that reason specifically. Right? Because, yeah, that's a big hiccup for them right now. Penna says, this is to go to wine, women, and song. The rest spend foolishly. Well, thank you. Don't worry, Penna. My wife can spend all 50 of that before I ever even touch it. So it'll stop at women. She's very, very good at that. Hopefully she's not watching right now because she's going to smack me in the face when I get home. She oftentimes is. She oftentimes isn't. I love my wife. She's the best, but she can spend cash. She didn't grow up frugal like me. I'm very, very frugal, not my wife. My wife decides where all the money goes, not Nate. So, but that's the way it goes, right? Happy wife, happy life. That's what they say. All right. One more and we'll jump back into it. At least FedEx has some others have said they will refund tariff payments to customers. That's nice. That's actually pretty nice for them to do. But I wouldn't expect that from very many companies. You know what I mean? Okay, let's jump back into it. All right, this is, again, oh my God, news that I love this news. I can't believe that Donald Trump actually did this. And again, this isn't me supporting Donald Trump. This is me being very happy about one thing Donald Trump did. And that is this. Joe Rogan joins Trump to sign executive order for psychedelic treatment for opioid addiction. Now, a lot of people are trashing Joe Rogan for this because he's hanging out with Donald Trump. But let me explain why I'm such a huge fan of this specifically, okay? This is regarding Ibogaine treatment, okay? Ibogaine treatment is becoming very, very popular for veterans with PTSD, especially combat veterans with PTSD. I'm trying to get it done myself to help with it. Just had my buddy Heath, who's been on a show, former teammate. He just got Ibogaine treatment done recently. He's changed his whole life, said it's absolutely amazing. This treatment, and I know so many guys. Jesse on Fire has gotten it done. I know so many guys with really bad PTSD that have to go to Mexico. That's the reason I haven't even been able to get it done yet, is trying to figure out and coordinate getting down to Tijuana, getting through the process. It takes forever. It takes years usually to get into it. So if we can get this going in the United States, this would be massive for veterans with PTSD. Okay, so this is amazing. I'm glad to see it. There's actually a lot of people involved in getting this across the finish line. As much as he gets beat up for it, Marcus Luttrell and his brother were very, very instrumental in actually pushing this forward. I want to make this clear because I actually have a couple buddies who were very big in pushing this forward. Personal buddies. Jared Taylor from Black Rifle Coffee Company was another person involved in this. The one person you guys need to know that is trying to take credit for this now, and I'm going to give you some backstory, is Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw is trying to take credit for helping push this across the line. The context of this is very important, that we all tell Dan Crenshaw to go fuck himself for trying to take credit for this. Is Jared Taylor and some other veterans were trying to get this pushed across the line back in like 2021. And they went to Dan Crenshaw and asked him if he would help support a bill that would push forward ibogaine treatment for veterans and things like that. And guess what Dan Crenshaw said? Dan Crenshaw told them to go fuck themselves and said he had no interest in helping them push forward a bill to get ibogaine treatment. Now that it's popular and that it got across the finish line, he's trying to take credit for being a part of doing this. When no, he was actually one of the people that stopped this from getting across the finish line for almost 5 years. So when you guys see that, when you see Dan Crenshaw on his Instagram trying to take any credit for that, make sure you let him know, hey, fuckface, we know what you did. We know that you tried to stop this bill 5 years ago, and you're not getting credit for it. But anyway, my point being with that, let's, excuse me, keep it moving here. As we see here, yes, Trump signs order to fast-track psychedelic drug research to treat veterans with PTSD. So yeah, let's there are rare times that we can say thank you. You did something good. You did something good. This bill is a very good thing. Okay, there's no negatives to this. You can be mad at Joe Rogan for, being there with Donald Trump if you want to. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not going to, but this is very, very good bill for veterans. I personally will be able to finally get this treatment that I've been trying to get done to help me with my own PTSD. And thousands of other veterans will be able to hopefully improve their lives from this too. Okay. So yes, we will give Donald Trump his kudos on this. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for doing something good. Okay. We can call balls and strikes. When he does something good, we should be able to say, hey, thanks. Now that doesn't change the fact that 99% of the other shit he's doing is objectively horrible, but we did get one. No, so it won't be just for veterans. It won't be just for veterans, guys. It's a very big popular treatment for veterans with PTSD, but it's going to be open up for access for all Americans. So any Americans who have PTSD, sexual assault survivors, rape victims, everybody who's got issues with PTSD will be able to have access to the treatment. So, and everybody I've ever talked to that's done the treatment said it's life-changing. Jesse on Fire told me that it saved his life. He said he probably would have killed himself had he not gotten it. So it is, it's a big deal. So anyway, like I said, finally, it's been literally months before since I've been able to say that Donald Trump did something good. And now we finally get to say it. Yay, we did it. Okay. Now, now let's move on to some other shit going on. Excuse me. Water. So look at this. Dan Bongino had on Mark Levine. What a duo here, right? And could you imagine? Could you imagine these two together?
This blockade, President Trump's blockade, I think was a stroke of strategic genius. And I'll tell you for two specific reasons, so we're not talking hyperbolically. Number one, economically. Yes, it will cost the United States some money to sustain a military presence in the area, but it also reduced over time the risk premium on oil. So in the end, I think it's net present value. It's a push. The Iranians don't have that luxury. Their economy's crashing. They're in triple-digit inflation. They're losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Every day their ports are blockaded. So it's a loser. On the military front, the Iranians had no ability over time to sustain a full-time blockade.
Well, that ended poorly, didn't it? Since the Iranians just reblockaded their strait, and it doesn't seem like they're having any problems with that, Dan.
The strait when they were holding it hostage. And if they were to attack American ships now, they break the ceasefire.
Which they literally did.
So there's really no option.
They literally broke the ceasefire, bombed ships in the Strait, shut the Strait of Hormuz. This guy, as he's saying this, literally a day, an hour and a half later, everything he's saying they couldn't do, they literally did. Could you imagine listening to these fucking dunces? He comes out and says, the United States blockading the blockade is a stroke of genius. Yeah, and how'd that fucking work out, Dan? Oh, God. What a fucking idiot, dude. And here's the other thing. What do Mark Levine and Dan Bongino think they know about foreign policy and war? Neither of them served. Neither of them have no experience in either of those. They have no idea what is entailed in conventional or asymmetric, unconventional war. They have no idea any of this stuff. And they're out there fucking talking like they're experts. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, oh wait, no, guys, my bad. I have to go back to this one because the funniest part about that first one is, of course, Dan Bongino's comment section. Let's go back. All right, let's look at Dan's comment section. My favorite comment. I saw this and immediately literally spit my drink out laughing. The very first and top comment says, "Man, I look forward to missing this." Micro Mark and Deep State Dan. This is Dan Bongino's channel, by the way. This is why I love going to Dan's comment section because there's zero positive comments ever. You'll break the viewership records with this one. The collaboration should produce zero truth. Team AIPAC. He got one with, look at the massive 3 likes this one got. Please tell me what time he'll be on with 3 likes. Dan never reads his comments. Is Mark coming on to give your quarterly performance review? Nightmare blunt rotation. Dude, it's the comment section on every single one of this dude's posts. It's just people dragging him, man. Anyway, thank God I didn't forget that the entire point I had that post was for the comment section. But yeah, he's got a lot of people to block. Yeah, he does love to block. Guys, I made my Twitter account finally, and the only thing I used Twitter for was to talk shit to Dan on his page. And then somehow I forgot what email I used to log into my Twitter account, and the 2-factor authentication wouldn't work, and so now I don't have access to the Twitter account. So I just gave up. My entire goal was just to have him block me, and then I was just going to leave Twitter. But yeah, we didn't get it done. Didn't get it done in time. Oh well, rip. Yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. We gave it a good college try for about 3 posts. Gave up. Okay. All right. Some good takes. If you didn't see this post from Nick, this is a great post. Nick says, "Good luck to Trump and the GOP without Catholics, Muslims, anti-war voters, fiscal hawks, immigration hawks, prospective home buyers, anybody who wanted the Epstein files, anybody who watches Tucker, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, and Candace. But hey, at least they're popular in Israel." I mean, he's not wrong. They're like, none of those people he listed will be voting for Trump or MAGA. It's like their base is strictly paid shills, Fox News boomers, and low IQ people with cognitive dissonance. That's it. That's all that's left. Right? There's literally, yeah. That's the thing. That's what you got to love about Nick, right? You never know with Nick. You're going to get something that you love, or you're going to get something that you absolutely hate. You're going to get a take that you're like, that's amazing to take, or you're going to get a take where you'll be like, that's the worst take I've ever seen in my life. There's nothing in between with Nick, right? He's great takes sometimes, and then sometimes you're like, okay, guy, not great. Another one regarding stuff going on. Pam Bondi, as we know, she failed to appear before the House. We talked about this before, that she was being summoned. She failed to appear before the House Oversight Committee, regardless of her title. She was a no-show today and complicit in the White House cover-up of the Epstein files. If she continues to ignore the law, we will hold her in contempt. Well, here's what I would say. Hold her in contempt. She already no-showed her subpoena. Hold her in contempt. Don't talk about how next time she misses it, we're going to hold her. No, fucking hold her in contempt. Haul her ass in. You can force her too. But they probably won't. They probably won't, right? Because the people in power still don't actually want the files released. Here's a hilarious one, just to show what a cult these people are in. You guys know Riley Gaines? You guys know her? I mean, not many people really know who she is, but she was kind of around for a little while during the trans stuff in 2022. Well, Donald Trump, she came out and said she didn't really like that Donald Trump portrayed himself as Jesus Christ. And of course, Trump right away responded and said he's not a fan of hers. So after Donald Trump shit on her and said he doesn't like her, guess what she decided to do? She decided to do this. She first posted this. Okay, let me give you some context. This is why Donald Trump said he didn't like her. She said, why? Seriously, cannot understand why he'd post this. Is he looking for a response? Does he actually think this? Either way, two things are true. A little humility would serve him well. God shall not be mocked. Then again, Donald Trump says, yeah, I don't like her. And then what did she do? After Donald Trump literally called her out, said she was worthless, said he didn't like her at all, this is what she comes out and says afterwards. I love the president, and I'm so grateful he's in the Oval Office. Of course, I'll continue to support him in the America First agenda. At the end of the day, I do nothing for the approval of man. Only purpose on this is to glorify him, and all we do, the true social post, missed the mark. It's now deleted. Amazing. She deleted the post. I mean, think about that. She had like this much backbone to criticize him for blaspheming Christ. The second he comes out and goes, yeah, I don't like her, she fucking deletes her post and cries about it and says, Mr. President, I promise I love you. It's like, bro, why are you... Dude, like for me, if I had somebody that I came out and I was like, hey, man, that's not cool. And immediately was like, yeah, fuck him. I wouldn't then be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I promise I love you. God, dude. Again, this cult that they're in, no spines, no backbones. It's just, God, dude, come on, man. Have some conviction, have some morals, have some value, something, right? You're just showing, again, you're in a cult, just whatever daddy says. All right, now, we talked about this on the episode earlier, my regular video today, but it's an important one. And that is Tucker Carlson has officially gone full anti-Trump. Now, he's been he's kind of been a fence sitter where he's criticized a lot of what Trump is doing, but hasn't criticized Trump directly. That's all over. That is all over. We're going to talk about this. A lot of people, Democrats, still upset about this. A little weird to me, but we'll talk about it after we watch the clip.
What kind of speeches did you write for Trump?
Rally speeches early on.
I didn't even know you were doing that.
The entire world seems like it's crumbling all the time. Seems like we lived during the Twilight Zone during the Biden administration. I mean, everything was like a daily offense. Really? Could that be happening? There are no adults around.
Well, I was watching Ben Shapiro the other day, and he said, if you can't find a job in the town you're from, where your parents are buried, where you spent your whole life, that's on you. Like, who do you think you are? You think you deserve to live in the town you grew up in just because your parents are buried there and your grandparents built it? Honestly, the gall.
The entitlement. When you start thinking about the things that Trump had done, especially when you're looking back now on the incredible, not just betrayal, but his sense of...
Maybe it's inevitable that you get, once the patriarchy has been overthrown, as it has been,
yes,
you get a president like this, who's emotional, all about himself, is perpetually the victim.
Epstein wasn't real. Epstein was a pedophile. He didn't have any victims. And then, of course, he turned on Marjorie Taylor Greene, and thank God for her, because she got there and discovered what a captured institution it is. And then to see Trump turn on her and treat her the way that he treated her.
She texted Trump and she said, my son is getting threats because I've disagreed with you on the Epstein files. And Trump responded to her by text message and said, he deserves it.
Wow.
It's your fault.
Wow.
People are threatening the kid's life. And Trump says, no. You brought this on him. It's on you.
It's disgusting.
Woof. Right. And then in that same interview, Tucker, and let's see, I think I actually have it, right? Don't I have it? It's this one, right? Where he actually apologizes for helping Trump get elected.
does present itself immediately. Like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that.
Yes.
Looking back, because I mean, you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
True.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
All right. So, whoa. To come out and say, I am partially responsible for this disaster. And also to apologize, tell the American people, you know, he didn't mean to mislead them. That's about as scorched earth as it gets. And here's the thing. I talk about this all the time on the channel, man. I've seen all the Democrats, and Democrats I like, right? Content I like, you know, that are saying, oh, well, no, sorry, Tucker, this doesn't change anything. And it's like, that's just, guys, that's not the approach. It's just, you just look arrogant, haughty, and immature, right? Because, look, Tucker could just be a fucking shill. Like Shapiro and Levine and Matt Walsh and Tatum, and he could continue just shilling for this dude. But that's not what he's done. He's come out. He said, I was wrong. I apologize. I am partially responsible for this. You know, I have to wrestle with my own conscience for what I've done, and has denounced him. Like, look, what more do you fucking want him to do? That's 1,000 times more than all the other MAGA shills. At least he is, and he's a huge, huge voice and presence in the conservative movement. It's super important for him to do that, right? Because then other conservatives, people in MAGA will go, well, I like Tucker. Yeah, this is kind of a good point, right? So he's doing quite a bit to actually bring attention to this in the conservative movement, right? So again, I know with Democrats, right, you want to be right. You were right. You were right about Trump, okay? You were right. You guys were right all along. But the worst thing that you can do is, again, be a haughty, arrogant asshole about it and be like, you should have known. You should have known. Okay, well, they didn't. All right? You can't change the past. All you can do is admit you were wrong, take accountability, apologize, and try to do better in the future. We're human beings. Okay? So again, you guys are free to, oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But for me, I appreciate people that do this, whatever walk of life they come from, or, you know, whatever background, whatever they believed before. The fact that they're actually critical thinkers and they're willing to change their mind based off of new information. That's all you can ask for out of human beings. Okay. Nobody's perfect. Again, best thing you can hope for is somebody to do something like that. Right. That's, again, far more than 99% of what MAG is doing. Okay. I'm not exonerating it, but, you know, to just say you should have known, it's like, it's not really how people change also over time, right? Our ideologies change. Guys, if you were to go back 10 years, and again, luckily I didn't have social media. The lucky part, I told JD DeLay this the other day. I'm like, dude, you know how lucky I am that I was in special operations and I didn't have social media. There's no history of me 10 years ago online to read the stupid shit I would have been saying. I would have been saying all the dumbest pro-war, pro-Israel stupid shit you could ever fucking hear. And there would be Twitter posts that people could go back and be like, this you, bro? Right? I'll be honest. I was one of those guys. Okay. And then it is, you know, I changed over time when and I feel like that's the best you can hope for. Right. And that's why I don't judge other people for it. Yeah, but luckily there's no track record of me because, again, I started social media when I started my YouTube channel. So anyway, my point is people change, man. You don't have to, I'm not telling you to trust Tucker or to like Tucker. I'm just telling you to say, hey, appreciate that you admitted you were wrong and apologize, right? That's the least we can do. Okay. Or as Coach Colin says, I was hoodwinked. Oh shit. Yeah. Coach, I was talking to the coach offline. We're talking about. I haven't responded to him yet because I was getting the show ready, but he invited me on to see if we wanted to do a collab live stream together. Which I love Coach, so I'm sure we're trying to. I got to figure out time though because Coach streams 7 a.m. in the morning on Fridays, and I stream at 5 p.m. But we'll figure something out. So, I haven't told him that yet, but yeah. But obviously, I love Coach's content, so we should be doing an episode here pretty soon. All right, I got another one here, guys. Not going well for MAGA. Although I don't know, is this guy MAGA? I don't know where this guy sits politically because he's all over the fucking place. But Steve Bannon, who literally baptized his britches in front of an entire audience.
Your fans are here, or one of them.
Thank
you, sir.
I want to thank my agent.
Boy.
So,
as you can see, Grandpa had a little accident. Yes, baptized his britches. Steve Bannon pissed his pants and then walked up on stage and conducted the interview. So, I mean, good on him, I guess, for having the balls to be like, just piss my pants, but fuck it. The show goes on. The show goes on. I would not have done that. Had I pissed my pants, I would not have gone out there. And this is probably the case, but that's rough. That's rough. Where does he sit politically, guys? I mean, he was Epstein's buddy. He's a huge shill for Trump, but he's also anti our greatest ally. Like, I don't know what the hell this guy's politics are. Anybody know what this guy's actual politics are? Can somebody where does he sit politically? Does anybody know? Politically nowhere. That's kind of like, this kind of feels right. Yeah, he's just an odd one. Again, Epstein's buddy. A lot going on there. I think that we. This is a really good one too. We're gonna do this as our last reaction. Another one from Nick. Oh no, that's Biden not Biden. Bannon pissing his pants. I do not need that one. This is the one I want to pull up. This is another great take, man. Let's listen to this one. Again, you're going to get either the best, as Anna Kasparian said about Nick herself. She said sometimes Nick spits bars, right? Even Anna said that about Nick, and it's true. You never know what you're going to get, but this is a good one.
I just had to point out this True Social post. It's one of the most disgusting things. You feel it on a deep spiritual level that something is very wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
There is so much evil that surrounds this man. There is so much evil that surrounds this president. Someone like Mark Levin, watch this guy's show. Look at his Twitter. He's filthy and diabolical and hateful and demonic. And this is the person that Trump has anointed as a spokesperson. And you see the things that Trump is saying, the things he's saying and doing. It's so cruel. It's so dishonest. It's so flippant and insincere and sarcastic.
Mm-hmm.
Wickedness and evil surrounds this man and this White House. And the things that they are doing are wicked and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, it just straight up is a matter of conscience.
Yep.
Do you have a conscience?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, anybody disagree with that? I'm not asking you to agree with everything he says, but that specifically, I think he nailed it, man. I mean, it feels like that. It does feel like when you're watching Trump and you're watching the cabinet and the things they're doing, it has a visceral, like, disgusting feel to it. When you watch Pete Hegseth walk out there and talk about how God is on our side as we, bomb innocent civilians, and it's just like, all of it just feels like the Epstein files being covered up by these people. Like, it just feels gross. Hippie Pumpkin says, no, it doesn't. Yeah, that's because you're a chomo. You're a pedophile, and that's why you probably support it, right? So the pedophiles love this shit, obviously, like that dude. And this guy right here is a pedophile as well. So you do have some of the pedos that don't like it, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Okay, and that's fine. Like, those of us living in the real world, like we actually denounce that stuff, right? We denounce these disgusting people that are committing genocide and are, child molesters, unlike MAGA. But, that's what Nick meant by it's at this point, it's a matter of conscience, right? Those of us that have conscience and those that don't. And you can very clearly see comments like that of who the disgusting people that, yes, need to be wood chippered, as Mark says, who they are immediately, right? Okay. Let's, we got to get into the last section, which is some crazy shit going on with our greatest ally. Let's do 1 to 2. We'll do like 5, 6 super chats and then we'll jump into it. This is this next story we're going to talk about. This girl in Florida, if you guys haven't seen this, who's literally being charged with a felony for making a joke about Bibi Netanyahu. And there's no outside context to that. That's literally what's happening. We're going to look at that next as the first story. But it's scary for the United States, in Florida, of course. But we'll get to that here in a second. Amazon literally getting free money. Fee money. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're being reimbursed money they already collected from us somehow. Starting to get worried about Ian. He went super hard last couple episodes. Stay safe, Nate. Ian's, as I believe, is moving right now. So as far as I know, Ian's fine. He's just got a lot going on, as far as I know, from what the homies have told me. I haven't talked to him, but from what I heard, he's moving right now. And life happens sometimes. I'm sure he'll be back. And I will tell you this. I know Candace and Ian are really good friends. And so if Ian were actually to have been, removed by our greatest ally, you can be sure that Candace would have told us by now. So I'm sure he's doing just fine. Benta says, when it comes to AI, if you think environmental terrorism was bad, the data centers will be constant targets. They already are. I know Iran has actually attacked, Amazon data center that they hit in UAE, I believe. And yeah, that definitely will be. Great point. Mike says, I'm not an economist, so I could be missing something, but UBI, Universal Basic Income, only works if billionaires corporations redistribute their wealth to its citizens. Correct. That's the requirement. And that's my point, Mike, is that I do not believe that those billionaires are going to sign off on that unless they're forced to. And how are you going to force them to? You got to have a president. And if your president's a billionaire, he ain't going to fucking force them to. So yeah, I don't have any confidence in that. Don't have any confidence on the government taking care of us, right? That's what they're promising. Don't worry, the government will take care of you. It's not usually how it works. There's been a lot of promises for the government to take care of people. Communism, right? Under Lenin, under Stalin, under Mao, under Pol Pot. Those were all promises for the government to take care of you, and then they killed 150 million people. So, yeah, not great, right? We should be very wary of the government promising to take care of you. Okay, nobody wants that. Not in the way that you're actually going to receive it, at least. There won't be any income tax because they'll institute a social credit score digital currency, aka UBI, driven by Palantir, flock cameras, and data centers. Yes, great point. So the way China is doing this, and it's already being integrated in different places, to his point here, with the social credit score digital currency, what they do with that, right, is you get your weekly stipend for gas, for food, for Netflix, for your internet. And what they do is, if you are somebody who criticizes, let's say, the Trump administration, then they just shut your shit off for a week. And they go, shouldn't have criticized the Trump administration. And you don't have any means of way of making money. So you have to shut your mouth and do whatever they say. So that's the way it's being used in China and places like that. With what's the WAP? Is it WeChat? WeChat, I think that's what it is. In China, it's basically one app that runs everything that they have at this point. And so, yeah, that's a big threat to this system right here. Is that they can if they control your resources, they can control you, right? If they can turn your resources on and off, you're no longer a sovereign citizen. And when you're no longer a sovereign citizen, you're a slave. So that's what they want. They want us to be slaves, is really what they want. Enslave the entire populace would be the idea. That's the ultimate goal, right? But yeah, we're probably headed that way no matter what. Here we go. There's another one like this. They're trying to introduce techno-feudalism, so no redistribution of wealth. They just pay us to be serfs, no taxes, no services, just UBI. Yep. And again, then they turn those benefits off if you criticize the government or say anything they don't like about our greatest ally, right? That would be another one. Trump became hard to predict. This is dangerous as he has had his hand on the nuclear weapon. Yeah. Yeah, especially with those reports over the weekend. There's actually been 3 separate sources that have come out and said at this point that the story about him trying to access the nuclear codes looks to be true in whatever context we have. And supposedly General Kane was the one who told him no. I'll tell you guys this. I'm not going to tell you how I know this, but I do know how the nuclear football system works. There's actually 2 of them. The direct military advisor to the president has one. The direct military advisor to the vice president has one. And it's not what you think. They don't open up the briefcase and like you're good to launch nukes. There's tons and checks and balances systems that it has to go through for it to actually work. That is the good news, is there's a lot of stop gates that it's not just the president. Just the president doesn't just get to decide to do this, okay? So that is the good news to that system. I'm not going to explain it anymore or how I know. Maybe I know somebody that used to be in the position to carry the nuclear football. I'll just say that. But yeah, there's a lot of stopgaps in between that. So yeah. So that's the good news, is that he can't just fly off the fucking handle, open up a briefcase, and punch the code in and launch nukes. It's not the way it works. Thank God. Especially since he probably would fucking do it if he could. All right. But scary part is what happens when he fires all those generals that told him no and then brings in a bunch of loyalists. Uh-oh. Right? Now things get a little bit scary. And as we've seen that he's firing tons of generals who are telling him no to a ground invasion, who are telling him no to these things. Not looking great. Did you hear about the college girl in Florida that got arrested for her WhatsApp message? Yes, that is going to be the story we talk about next. Elites rare working to make us all poor. They're working on the middle class right now. It's working. Yes, it is. Wealth stratification is getting out of control. Get Michael Yon on the show. He's a fellow Green Beret. Yeah, I know who Michael Yon is. I don't know him personally though, but that's one I could reach out to. I'll write that one down. Okay. All right. Let's jump back into it. Let's finish this up. So this story is absolutely insane. And the fact that it's true should terrify every single American. Every single one of us should be horrified by this story. And that is this right here. Here's the actual pre-hearing trial, I believe.
Understand your position, Ms. Corey, and you're saying this is a joke, but to an objective person, it's not a joke, and there would be enough for probable cause.
This judge, the way she looks, the way she sounds, the fact she's in Florida, I just could not guess what religion she's probably. Who to know? I don't know, but if I had to guess.
I'm not saying it's enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the state's going to be able to prove at trial, but for purposes of this hearing, I believe there is enough for probable cause.
So the background of this story is this college girl in her group chat made a joke about, basically, you guys know the joke. Hey, this joke's going around everywhere, by the way, where people say like, hey, tell Bibi Netanyahu that my HOA is 2 weeks away from having nuclear weapons, right? We've seen that joke everywhere, right? Like, hey, tell Bibi that so-and-so is 2 weeks away, right? That's the joke. So she made that joke, but she said something along the lines of having bonbons, like the candy, having Netanyahu drop bombs on whatever location she was talking about, making that same joke. And she was arrested and charged with a felony for making that joke in Florida about Bibi Netanyahu. There's no more context to that. There's nothing crazy. There's no death threats. She made that joke, and she got arrested, and she's being tried with a felony. Yeah. I know you're probably thinking there's got to be more to it. There's got to be more context to this. No. That's it. They're saying that joke should be taken seriously as some type of threat to her class or wherever she made the joke about. They're trying to try her for like actually inciting violence by making a joke that everybody's making right now. Scary. Yeah. I say shit 10 times worse than that on my show. Right? It's fucking scary. That is scary. The fact that she was arrested for that, let alone that the judge is sitting there saying that there's probable cause to try her for that. Oh boy, it's getting scary out here, ladies and gentlemen. Getting scary out of that for ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this literally happened to Adam. We've shown it on the show. They literally showed up to his fucking house. Have you guys seen that clip? We've shown the clip on the show. They showed up. He knows. They showed up to his house because he made comments criticizing Israel online in fucking Texas. They literally showed up. We've shown it on the show. And he said, "Do you have a warrant? If you don't have a warrant, get the fuck out of here." Right? But still, yeah, we watched him do it at his fucking front door. So this is happening. Yes, in Texas. To Adam. He's a member of our community. Literally. Yes, 2 police officers showed up to his house and asked him about his posts he made online about Israel. And he literally said, "Do you have a warrant? If not," what was it? What'd you say, Al? What'd you say, Adam, as they were leaving? One of them stepped on the grass, one of the cops, and Adam tells him to stay off the grass. I mean, it's not funny that they did that, but his reaction was funny. Yeah, told him to stay off your lawn. But yeah, that shit's happening, man. It literally happened to Adam. He's literally in our community. They showed up to his house. Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. Let's see what else we want to do. Some of these I want to show, but then I'm like, we probably shouldn't show these. This one we can show. Did you guys see this? The government of Israel, released their own top 10 list of top anti-Semites around the world. Dan Bilzerian, the GOAT, coming in at number 1. This makes me laugh so hard. Greta Thunberg comes in at number 2. You know what that means? We have to like Greta now? That's where we're at in 2026, where Greta is based. Greta Thunberg's based. Candace makes number 4. Putting Nick Fuentes at number 8 just feels like, and Anna Kasparian not making the list, but Nick at number 8 feels like a massive slight. He should definitely be higher. Ian makes the list. Our boy Ian. Ian makes the top 10. Oh, and then Tucker only comes in at number 10. Yeah. No Hassan. Yeah. Yeah. I guess Ian's British. I don't know about that. I thought Ian was American. I thought he was from Washington, but maybe not. I don't think so. Unless maybe he was born in Britain. But Ian, as far as I know, grew up in Washington State. But anyway, the fact that Greta got number 2, Dan Bilzerian makes sense for number 1, obviously, but Greta at number 2. She's cooking. Greta's cooking. And then let's look at one more. This is important. Ukraine has criminalized criticism of our greatest ally as anti-Semitism. So yes, criticizing the state of Israel is considered anti-Semitism and punishable for 8 years in prison. Yeah. If you guys, and those of you who have never understood why Nate never supported Ukraine, well, are you starting to get it now? Do you see what this is? And you should know who he is, by the way. He's just an extension. He's just an extension of Bibi at the end of the day. Okay, and then let's see. I think I had one more. I'm not going to show that one. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for our greatest ally. They are utterly cooked. And CNN put this out, which is owned by Larry Ellison, right? So the fact CNN said this, okay.
They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at -3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, minus 22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. Minus 47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024, and they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years.
Yep. They're cooked. Cooked. Minus 47 with men under 50. Yeah, they're cooked, homies. It's a ticking time bomb. Problem is they know. The scary thing is that they know that they are on a timer now, right? They know once the boomers, once the boomers die off, that's it. They're done. America will not support them anymore. And so they have a lot that they got to get done under Trump's presidency, basically. And that's why you're seeing this insane, just like they're just bombing and attacking everyone around them, is because they know they have to get the Greater Israel Project achieved by the time Trump leaves office, or they're done, right? So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. Okay. We did it. We made through 2.5 hours. That's a little bit long on the regular show, but there was a lot to talk about tonight. All right. So thank you all so much. We are now going to do the oftentimes second part of the show. Launch a nuclear attack on Iran, but General Dan Kane stood in the way. Yes, that's been at least, not necessarily, I wouldn't say confirmed, but that's been reported by 3 separate different sources from the White House, by the way. So yeah, I do believe that he tried. And literally, he said he was going to do it. He said he literally said he was going to blow up the whole country, and then that story came out. So why would we not believe it? He said it on Twitter. He literally said it on Twitter. So believe whatever you want, but of course, I believe he would try to do it. He's insane. Joe says, I'm just wish to have a very boring president. I just wish we had a very boring president administration just working for the country and not causing all this ridiculous bullshit. Yeah, like every other country has. You know what I mean? No more money to our fake greatest ally, America First. That'd be great, Joe. Man, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Just a regular president, just doing regular stuff and just actually cares about the country. When was the last one? JFK. Yeah, the last one who I'm confident that actually felt that way and was doing that was JFK. So it's been a long time. It's been a long time since we've had one of those. A real America First president. He's the last one, in my opinion. Some people say Reagan. I don't think so. I don't think Reagan was as good a president as people think. I think a lot of the modern financial problems we have in America is actually caused by Reagan, personally. But, if you actually look at American history and financial policy, a lot of the wealth stratification started under Reagan. So I say JFK, for me personally, is the last America First president. All right. Let's see here. The Balak people, Balakistan's role in operations. Do you think the Berets or the CIA are upping activity in the region? If so, for what reasons? I mean, typically, I would say yes, right? The CIA is always involved in doing stuff like this. But do I know personally what's going on right now? I don't. But would I be shocked to see that? No, not at all. That's what the CIA and Green Berets do. So that's our MO. So I would not be shocked. But I personally don't know if there's anything being increased on that end right now. I know that we tried to, massively arm the Kurds in northern Iran, and we actually, brought the weapons into them, and then they just said, no, thanks, we're not fighting for you. So I know we did that because Donald Trump literally admitted to it, but yeah. Shrooms are legalized for veterans. Are they? I didn't hear about that. My main account was shadow banned after a post about our greatest allies to support you, though. That'll happen. We need to clown on Trump as hard as we did on Biden when it came to mental cognition. That's true. Yep. I think he's even worse. He's even worse off. Are you doing any more collabs with Jake? Haven't recently. Me and Jake, I talked to Jake personally. Obviously, me and Jake are friends, but I haven't done any content recently. No. I know he's been busy with a lot of stuff. You can't pardon capital punishment. Jesus. Hey, Nate, I would love to hear your take on veterans that were arrested at the Capitol the other day that were protesting the war. I think it's terrible. I think it's horrible. It was terrible when we saw happen to Brian McGinnis for protesting. In my opinion, veterans, every veteran, and really every combat veteran especially, has the right to protest a war. Why? Because they went and fought the fucking wars. So if anybody for sure should be protected from their right to protest the war, it is veterans. Not to say civilians shouldn't be protected for that, right? 100% they should as well. But I mean, if we're arresting veterans, combat veterans for protesting a war, America's fallen, dude. It's long gone. Long gone. There's no hope. No hope for us if we're arresting veterans for protesting a war. So, but yeah, I think it's horrible. I think it's absolutely disgusting. And I think it's absolutely disgusting when it happens to civilians as well. Don't get me wrong. ex-MAGA made a video for my girls. Hope for the dope. Okay. Lax says, agree. The one good thing from this admin has been the psychedelics policy. I personally have done esteketamine for my depression from getting shot and resulting SCI, hoping I can try ibogaine at some point. Cheers, as always, bro. That's awesome, man. Yeah, psychedelics. There's a lot of not just psychedelics, but things like MDMA and things like that are having a lot of good, successful effects on not just veterans, but people with PTSD and trauma and anxiety and depression. So yeah, I'm a huge proponent of, man, we know this stuff works, right? So let's stop making people have to go to Mexico to try to figure out how to do this type of stuff. Let's take care of our own people, especially our veterans. Like, cut the shit, man. Right? Especially if they're doing it through, oh yeah, what are you laughing at? You didn't know that there's actual in-house MDMA treatments that helps veterans with PTSD? Why would you laugh at that? What's fucking wrong with you, dude? Or you're on Rumble, so you're probably some MAGA cuck, so it wouldn't surprise me that you are, laughing at veterans who are being treated for PTSD because you're a giant piece of shit. But, there's that. But yeah, no, it's a great thing that just needs to be legalized, especially if you can do it medically. You do it through a doctor in a medical facility. Like, come on, man. Time for us to get that figured out. You know what I mean? Even like weed, cannabis. Cannabis is still illegal federally. What are we doing? Right. But, a lot of that's because of the tobacco industry and the alcohol industry. The alcohol industry is big lobbyists into politics too, and they don't want cannabis to be legal for a lot of different reasons. Cuts into their profits, as you can see. All right. Here we go. Donna says, can I fake pay inflated prices since inflation is fake? Gas station attendant, that'll be $60. Me, fake news, here's $20. And $40 of monopoly money. That's actually, yeah. The Donald Trump approach, I don't believe works pragmatically at the pump, unfortunately. Would be nice if it did. It'd be nice if you could call fake news on the gas prices and just pay, 60% of what they actually are. But I don't think it's going to work. Bobby Jones, Lincoln Square, Paul Lewandowski, Combat Veteran News, both need to be on while you're at it. Love the show. I know Combat Veteran News. I don't know him personally, but I've seen a lot of his stuff, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I think he's got good content. So if we ever coordinated, we could probably do something cool. I haven't talked to him yet, though. Corner store, what is that? Yep. Yeah, talk about disillusion, man. You don't even know what a corner store is and you live in America. Peter Doe says, that's a very cool picture, by the way. Hey, Nate, love the channel. Have you heard about our troops going without meals overseas? I've heard that they don't have the food supplies in place to feed everybody, but haven't been able to find any proof. I don't know about not supplying them meals, but I have seen pictures from the troops on those aircraft carriers and destroyers of the meals that they're serving them, and it is worse than prison food. It's fucking gross. So yeah, there's some mystery meat going on there. But yeah, I as for proof, I've just seen the pictures from the sailors themselves that have been posting them, so I'm assuming it's true. But I don't think they're going without meals. It's just they're feeding them disgusting meals, which is not a whole lot better, but yeah. To your point, yeah, I know that is happening because again, I've seen the pictures from the soldiers themselves, the sailors themselves. Joe says Trump and JD Vance, along with most of his administration, are nothing but fake Christians. True. Right? We saw that. Blaspheming Christ and attacking the Pope. That's the easiest way to find out somebody who's probably not very devout in their faith. I paid good money to see the look in his handlers' faces when they first heard I'm a doctor come out of his mouth instead of what they told him to say, which is the image is doctored. Dude, his PR team was just like, God, oh my God, dude, come on. Come on, bro. You're killing us. You're killing us. For Munchkin Treats, thank you very much. Yeah. God, we're so close to the studio being done. All we have left is the electricity getting fixed and the HVAC coming in, and then we got the new studio up and running. So hopefully by what's today, Tuesday? Hopefully by the end of the week, if we're lucky. I'm excited. That way I can not have to drive to my old house, and I can sell my old house. That's part of the problem right now, is I still haven't even put this house on the market up because I still have to have my studio. So carrying 2 mortgages is pretty brutal, I'll tell you that. But it is what it is. We're almost there. Get Dave Smith on the show. So this is one of the people that I have my team reaching out to invite on the show. So Dave is officially invited on the show. Dave, if you see this, please come on the show. But that invite just went out, I believe, yesterday. So I'd love to have Dave on the show, man. He would be a great guest. Obviously, we're very ideologically aligned. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he, it's hard because, in this space, people get spammed with emails and Instagram messages. Sometimes you don't see it. So we'll see, but I'm trying. He's got the open invitation at the moment. Couple different people, JP Spears as well. He said just didn't talk to him, but while he was on Jesse on Fire show, we talked a little bit of it, and he said he's interested or willing to do content. I think me and JP could do some hilarious content together because we both do sarcastic, comedic style content. And I think the two of us together could do some really fucking funny interview style stuff. So I want to have him actually come on the show in person because he's super, super funny. And then, yeah, Dave as well. And there's a few other people I've invited on recently too. So we're working on the big guests. Now that we're starting to get some clout and some size behind the show, we can actually get some pretty big guests. Okay, Ken says, greetings, just curious. Are you of Portuguese and of Brazilian ancestry? No. Is your name just a YouTube handle? Well, first of all, Valhalla is Scandinavian. It's not Brazilian or Portuguese. So no, I'm of Swedish descent, and that's where the YouTube name comes from. My family is from Sweden. So if you couldn't tell that Nate's Scandinavian, I'm the most Scandinavian Viking looking dude fucking ever. So yeah, but no, I'm not Brazilian. Joe says, just because you call yourself a thing doesn't mean that you are that thing. Christian, Catholic, pick your favorite denomination. Be aware of the false prophet bearing false prophecy. Just saying, yeah. And Sean Hannity is a great example of that. A dude who's been Catholic all his life, who's willing to denounce his faith for a politician. Yikes. That sucks. Well, he sucks. Osen says, oh my God, Rottweiler puppy. You win the pictures. You know me. I'm a Rottweiler guy, and God, Rottweiler puppies. Ours just turned 7. Or Freya, she just turned 7. Oof, getting old. Don't like that. But yeah, we're Rottweiler families. IDF destroyed a statue of. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. All right, I wasn't going to show this because, I'm not going to show it, all right? I have it here, and I was going to show it, but I'm like, dude, I don't even want to chance it with YouTube, right? Like, who knows what they're doing with that story. But yes, they did. They destroyed a statue of Jesus in southern Lebanon with an axe and admitted it and published the image, and it was real. Yep, I know. I have the image right here. I just decided not to put it up because who fucking knows? But yes, gross, absolutely disgusting. Chandler says, all right, hear me out. Just hear me the fuck out. You and Fat Electrician run for president. Put her in charge of the ATF. Do it. Me and Fat Electrician. Oh my gosh, man. Dude, I was fucking hanging out with Fat Electrician and Chacho in Vegas at one of the after parties. He's super funny, man. Super cool dude. Yeah, I mean, I got to do content with those guys eventually. Me and Fat Electrician and JD Delay are going to do like a 3-way podcast eventually where we all wear the same black tank top and the same black hat or something like that. And then it's like the Spider-Man meme of the 3 of us. So we'll do it eventually. No, he's not fat. No, he's in great shape, dude. Maybe he used to be. But when I saw him in Vegas, he was in great shape. So maybe he used to be fat and that's why he started with the name. He's definitely not fat anymore. Yeah, he's in pretty good shape. I know he does a ton of Brazilian jiu-jitsu and stuff too. All right. Wild on Easter, my brother and I laughed at how Ezekiel 25:17 is a Frankenstein of Bible verses and not a real verse 1 week before Heg's recital. Yeah. The text is from Ezekiel original text. Yeah, well, not the one he said. Not the version he said. That's from Pulp Fiction. I would love to be truly independent, but I live in a state with closed primaries, so I happen to be a member of the party I find lesser of two evils. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We've talked about that before on the show. Me personally, I just don't really care about the primaries. I'm not going to have an effect on that. I'm going to be able to vote for whatever the two final candidates are. And so to me, it doesn't really matter. But also, like, I think that's fine. If you're somebody who does want to have the ability to vote in the primaries and you're moderate and you want to choose one of the two parties, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all either. Personally, I think that's completely fine. A fine approach to it. Joe says Pete Hegseth would be a dorky theater kid just trying to show off. Yes, God, we say that all the time on the show. But it's not fair to insult all theater kids out there. I literally say that. I say the same thing. I go, when I explain it, I go, I'm not saying like theater kids, right, or dorks. Again, my daughter's a theater kid. What I'm saying is he is acting like something he's not, right? He's performing. He's pretending to be a tough military guy when really he's a fucking dork, right? So he's acting. So that's what I mean by theater kid, is they're acting. Dan Bongino is a theater kid. He's pretending to be a tough guy. Officer Tatum, theater kid, pretending to be a tough guy that he's not. That's what I mean by theater kid, is they're actors. Method actors, yeah. Yeah, I had no problem with people that are in theater and drama. Again, my daughter is big into that. Just I'm talking about them being fake, right? And actors. Okay, let's go here. Glenn Hanna, good one. Ooh, that's a cute dog too. Frank Gear says, at this point, we have a duty to rebel, don't we? I mean, or are we not occupied? We're supposed to. We're supposed to, but not going to happen. Things got to get way, way, way worse before you ever see something like that. Americans are too comfortable to rise up at the moment. Got to wait till people start starving to death, and then you might see something. Low profile super sticker. Thank you. CCW Speaks says, what type of preps are you doing just in case? I'm making sure my emergency bags, we'll talk about that here in a second, are up to date. My food stores are good, and learning gun safety the first time in my California girl life. Good for you. So all of these things, one thing, and I'm going to be partnering with a company here pretty soon that provides this. One of the biggest things I always tell people that they always forget, we're not partnered yet, but is getting all your medications and antibiotics, a emergency storage of those things. This is one of those things we don't think about, right? And the company I'm talking to sells really cool kits that actually work with a doctor that get you prescribed all the antibiotics, all the different medicines that you need and things like that. Because that's something people don't think about, right? If let's say things collapse and you've got your food, your water, and your survival scenario, you cut your finger, you get an infection, and you're going to fucking die from an infection, right? So those are the little things we don't typically think about that you need to do. Generator is a really big one, right? Think about power going out. You need to be able to power your own house, because like my house is on well water, but we can't actually pump the well water without power. So if I don't have a generator, I don't actually have access to my well. So just think about things like this that are a little bit outside of the normal, like food, water, guns, right? Think about all those extra things that you're going to want to have if the system actually goes down, right? So yeah, pain medication, antibiotics, all that's different stuff. So yeah, we haven't like coordinated anything yet, but this company that I'm talking to sells, and I'm going through the process right now myself of them getting me hooked up with the doctor, because I like to go through the process of these companies to make sure the quality and the products are good before I actually partner with them. And so I'm doing that right now. And so yeah, those are big ones. So that's what I would suggest, and we'll have that out on the channel once we actually partner with them, so that you can get emergency kits and stuff like that. That again, one of those things that we don't usually think about. But thank you, good question. And ammunition. That's just me. Right? We got lots in the firearms department, but you can always have more of that, right? Thank you, Sleepy Time, for those gifted memberships. DNC Kazios, they voted to send bulldozers to our greatest ally. Yep. That's the big problem they face right now, for sure. Chuckerman, am I saying that right? Chuckerman. Keep preaching, brother. I'm a 20-year United States Air Force crash rescue firefighter. Wow, that sounds like a cool fucking job. We are so lucky to have you speaking out, honorable. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and thank you for your service. And very cool job. I didn't even think. Yeah, that makes sense. that would be a job for you guys. But yeah, very cool. Thank you very much. Super generous of you, homie. All right, Bobby says, Kelly being a decorated veteran will get me to listen to him. I agree with that. Then I would decide, but he would have to give me a clear, concise America First vision without lies. Then I might support this. Yeah, I agree with that, Bobby. Again, I'm not a big fan of Mark Kelly. Would I rather have him than, Gavin Newsom? Of course, but, his AIPAC score is $5 million. I mean, that's about as bought and paid for as it gets in politics. So I'm extremely, extremely wary of that. He's got good parts of his resume that I like, right? He's, super accomplished veteran, crazy military record, NASA astronaut, right? I like all those things. But there's definitely some very big concerns with him for sure. Christian says, if Trump wasn't looking for regime change, why the ceasefire until Iran is unified? Iran hasn't agreed to the extension. Given your experience, do you feel we will go into active war again? Well, think about this. This is where it doesn't really make sense, right? So currently, Iran has changed nothing. Iran is still waging their asymmetric warfare against us by keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. But the United States is in a ceasefire. So the United States, which has been engaged in a conventional military conflict with Iran, is now not doing anything while Iran still leverages asymmetric warfare to all of their benefit. So at this point, why would we not just fucking leave? If the Strait of Hormuz is closed and we're not going to wage any conventional warfare against them and we're just going to sit there with our hands in our lap, how about you just bring everybody home? Right? Like, what are we actually doing right now then? Iran's getting everything they want. They're keeping the strait closed. Their strategy is working, and now the United States isn't even trying to use its conventional strategy. Okay, then let's leave. Right? Like, what the hell are we doing? Right? We just have, 2 aircraft carriers and a bunch of destroyers sitting there parked spending billions of dollars a day on fucking nothing. Does that make any sense? No. So do I think that the war will pick back up? Yes, absolutely. Because Donald Trump is going to get super frustrated that peace deal negotiations keep falling through. Israel keeps attacking Lebanon and the strait stays closed, and he eventually will turn back to, ramping up the conventional style bombing campaigns and maybe even higher than that. Right. So, because, Bibi's not going to let us out of the war, and Trump hasn't demonstrated any ability to put him on a leash. So, yeah, I would expect everything to kick back off. Because again, right now, Iran's just got our dicks in a bear trap, right? Where we're just doing nothing while they leverage asymmetric warfare incredibly successfully. And now we're not even trying at the moment. So they have all the leverage right now, whether you like that or not. But yeah, it's best case scenario is we would just leave, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, but we'll see. Kelly is a Soros puppet as well. There's that. Bernie said Israel has a right to defend itself. That narrative that Bernie is not as out for crud, controlled operation, progressive Zems. I believe they do have a right to defend themselves. I think Israel has a right to defend themselves as a nation. I think every nation has a right to defend themselves. Of course. Why is this a bad thing? What they don't have a right to do is to defend themselves with my fucking tax dollars and then attack and bomb and commit genocide. That's what they don't have the right to do. They have the right to defend themselves from foreign aggressors. I don't believe that there's any foreign aggressors, but inherently, of course, they have a right to defend themselves. Everybody does. Every country does. But we don't have to fucking pay for it. Right? That's my take. Why am I paying for it? Why do I watch my tax dollars go for them to bomb, brown people in Gaza? That's not defending themselves. That's not what Bernie Sanders is talking about. So again, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's not what's happening. That's the point, right? This is not a defensive war. But again, right? So that I'm not trying to beat you up on that. I'm just saying, like, saying a country has a right to defend themselves. Of course they do. Every sovereign nation does. All of them do. North Korea has a right to defend itself, right? Iran does. The United States does. Canada does. Mexico does. China does. That's part of being a sovereign nation. But don't make me fucking pay for it, right? Hey, Pash Court making an appearance in that vid, yeah. Get rid of Citizens United, and this wouldn't be an issue. There's a lot of things we need to get rid of, including that. The new dime has eliminated the olive branches from its symbolism. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Zhao Zilong. Even I have trouble saying that. Zhao Zilong. Saw the Professor Zhang show. Hadn't known you were in first group and knew Chinese, but makes sense. SF guys I met at the DLI China school were pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't go to DLI China. I did it at Fort Bragg as part of we have our own language school in Army Special Forces. We don't do the DLI, but yeah, not all of us, not everybody in first group speaks Chinese. We all speak a Asian language though. So most guys speak either Thai, Tagalog, which is in the Philippines, Chinese Mandarin. What else do we got? Korean, Japanese. Those are all languages that we learn. I just got Chinese, which is with that and Korean are the two hardest to learn. So that was fun. I'm glad I can speak it now, but Bobby says Republicans are red, Democrats are blue. Neither gives a fuck about you. Neither gives an F about you. Sad times we live in. Bobby, this might be the truest thing you've ever said right here. That's perfect. And that is 100% true. That's 100% true. That's where we're at. Do you buy the rumor that Trump tried to nuke Iran over the weekend? McCain stopped him. Crazy if true. This dude hopped up on Diet Coke. Big sense. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's been three different sources that have corroborated that story independently. So I would assume it to be true. Don't know for sure, but I would assume so. Don't forget about Anthony Aguilar. No AIPAC money. We had Anthony on the show. We actually donated a bunch of the proceeds from the show to his campaign. So we obviously support Anthony. I think he'll be a great candidate. I think he's running third party, which is going to be tough, right? But we're obviously supportive of him on the show. Kangaroo Bot, what's up, brother? Big dono. Thank you, man. Super generous. Sup, Nate? Just wanted to wish you and the family a safe move to your new home. Thank you very much, man. After you guys get settled and take your first trip to Austin, go check out restaurants like the Oasis on Lake Travis and Salt Lick in Driftwood. You guys won't be disappointed. Interesting. We will be headed to Austin here pretty soon. I don't know the dates yet. So we're finally in the works of setting up a big meet for content with everybody, right? With me, Jesse, Dan, I think Matt from Trigger Smart, JD Delay, a bunch of different people. We're all going to meet up, and I think we're going to do it in Austin and then do a bunch of content and stuff together. So we're working on. Well, there you go. JD's going to be there next month. Oh, that's right. You are going to Austin for your wife. I forgot about that. You literally just told me about that. But yeah. So Austin, that's where I particularly whenever I go to Texas, which is pretty frequently, multiple times a year, I go to the Austin area, Bernie area. Usually go and stay with Jared from Black Rifle Coffee Company and stuff. So yeah, we are there pretty frequently. Jeffrey says Gary's attacking you on his group Circle Jerk Pod. Okay. I mean, we get that. I know he's been talking a bunch of shit about me online, and it's like, all right, man. I've said this 100 times. I'm not going to publicly trash other Green Berets other than the two that were the big stolen valor committers. That's completely different. But other than that, most Green Berets actually would never do that, I'll say. But he does that a lot. He's attacked me. He's attacked Alex, the sticky Green Beret. He said Alex doesn't know anything about trauma medicine, even though Alex is literally an 18 Delta Special Forces medic. He's attacked Joe Kent. Joe Kent doesn't know anything about intel. I don't know anything about firearms. Gary thinks he's the only expert, and all the other Green Berets he likes to attack. So that's sort of his MO at this point. Again, like I said, I don't have anything negative to say about him. If he wants to keep talking shit, then that's on him. Doesn't make him look very good. So is what it is, man. Again, I keep saying he's got my phone number, and I will say this: If you got my phone number and you got a problem with me and we know each other personally and you just talk shit about me online instead of calling me, yeah, we all know. We all know what that means. But I'm not here to. I've never once said a negative thing about Gary, and I won't, because I have respect for the beret. So it is what it is, man. He can keep talking shit about all the other Green Berets in space if he wants. I can tell you the regiment's not going to be looking fondly on that, but it is what it is. He can do whatever he wants, man. I don't take it personally. It's not a big deal to me. Lots of people talk shit about me online. He's just another one of the hundreds. So it is what it is, man. Again, but he's not gonna get me to fire back and talk shit about him. It's not gonna happen. Because I'm mature. So there's that. All right, let's keep moving. Frank says we need to flip the political board, Nate, go scorched earth and push our own non-affiliated candidate. Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. For sure. Brandon Herrera to Nate. Well, Brandon, hopefully Brandon makes it into his seat in Congress. We're all cheering him on, at least. He'll be a great candidate. I'm a little bit worried, man. As a Republican, his district, me and JD were talking about this. His district is, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's about 70% urban and 70% Hispanic. And if you've seen, the Hispanic vote has drastically abandoned Donald Trump and Republicans. And so that's pretty scary for Republican candidates in heavily Hispanic districts right now. Because I think that, and he's running against a Hispanic candidate that's a Democrat. It's a little bit scary out there. You know what I mean? A little bit scary, but we'll see. Kristen says we will never have a utopia in which we all seek. True. Politicians will never speak to all of us, and therefore there will always be separation and war. Yeah, I mean, there has been for 5,000 years, so it's not likely to change anytime soon. Human history and the track record doesn't favor us in figuring that out and coming to world peace, does it? Stats Guy says, just watch the Netflix documentary, The Biggest Loser. The controversy that is that obese people would eat 800 calories a day and burn 4,000 to 6,000 per day if you coach. I was not ready for the last sentence on this. If you coach Tubby Tatum to lose the weight, would this be your approach? I don't know if he would need something that strict, but I would definitely get him on a diet and get him in the gym, because he's not in shape, not even remotely in shape. You caught me with a left hook on that one. An Alex Pereira left hook out of nowhere. Wasn't ready for the last sentence on that one. that was pretty funny. Catch the Junebug said, let's break the system, kind of massy. I do like this ticket. We talk about this ticket all the time on the show. A Republican and a Democrat America First candidate, bipartisan ticket. I love the idea, to be honest. That's probably why it'll never happen. But if they did it, I mean, man, that would be a great, great ticket. Carnivore, thank you. Booga says, apparently a Texas federal judge has already thrown out Cash's defamation suit. No way. Is that true? Did he file it? And they immediately said, nah, dude. If that's true, that's hilarious. We didn't even make it a day. Oh, man. I hope that's true. All right. Trump's liquor cabinet wouldn't be complete without Cash, a.k.a. Jed Edgar Boozer. Katie Mad, she's a liberal 4 and a MAGA 10. Oh, God. You guys got some vicious insults tonight. Iada says, "Oh man, you got my heart with this one. This is my favorite cartoon. Well, I say favorite cartoon, but yeah, I was gonna say TV show, but it's not my favorite TV show, but it is my favorite cartoon. I love Rick and Morty. Here's my concern: AIPAC will just change their name, just like they did from the. Yeah, they are doing this. The ZWO. I love that everybody's noticing, but we must stay vigilant. 100%. They're already doing this. So, excuse me. So what they're doing is they're starting to, use new sort of organizations like this that are basically hiding and masking where the money is coming from, so it doesn't look like and it doesn't get tracked by AIPAC. So yeah, that's been the new move. They know how popular it is, and so they are switching to that. They're crafty. So to your point, yeah, you got to pay attention. Problem is the average person is not paying enough attention to figure that out. Former DI, I'm assuming you're a former drill instructor in the Marine Corps, right? Ooh, scary. Surprised that the poll results supporting AOC. I'm an independent as well. Oh, I didn't even look at those. I didn't look at the results of that one. I'm going to look at it after this. I'm an independent as well, and truly don't trust these options. Great work on the show, brother. Yeah, again, those are where you had to choose. That was a. I don't. Oh, what's the poll say, guys? I can't see it. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. It's gonna pop up. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. So the results of the poll of if you had to vote for one of the four, these are the four main candidates at the moment. You got 43% with AOC, 29% with Kelly, 18% with Newham. Kamala coming in last, as we would expect. I told you guys I would tell you who I would choose personally out of those four. And who do you guys think? Who do you guys think? What's Nate going to choose? Who's his choice going to be of the top four? Drum roll. What do you guys think? Let me see some guesses in the chat. AOC. You are correct. I would choose AOC out of those four. Yep, I would actually choose AOC out of those four. Yep. 100%. I actually would. Out of those four choices, I would choose AOC at the moment. So there's that. So there you go. I agree with the masses on that one. All right. Mr. Christaylor says, UK with love from the other side of the water. Hell yeah. U.S. First Nations first. As an Afghan vet, what do you think on Balak people, Balakistan rolling operations, GBCI, ISA over there? Look, I didn't work with them, so I can't really give you a great take on it. I did work a lot with the Hazarans, which they were fucking amazing. The Afghani Hazarans were incredible. But as for the Balak people, I didn't work with them, so I can't really give you a good take on that one. But GBCI, ISA over there. I mean, everything was over there, if that's what you're asking. But so different organizations worked with different groups. So like CIA, who did the CIA primarily work with? I think they might have been primarily worked with the Hazarans as well. But there's so many different tribes and cultures and everything in Afghanistan. But no, I didn't work with them, man. So don't have a whole lot of context for that one. What you think about China's combat robotics program? Scary. I mean, the future of war is robotics for sure. But God, have you seen the dog? What, the CQB dog? Have you guys seen this? I wish I had a clip of it. There's a clip. This dog. I mean, it's got a gun mounted to the top of it, and it's the one man in CQB, and it is horrifying to watch. I mean, this robot dog like rolls in, like takes its corner, pies the corner, and like unloads on a target as the one man as everybody funnels in behind it. And it's like, oh shit. That is terrifying. That is the scariest thing ever, to think about a robot dog with a gun mounted to it that is good at CQB. No thanks. I don't have any interest in fighting against that. Yeah, that's a real thing. The technology is getting good. It's getting scary. I'm glad I fought the war when I fought it, because flying IEDs and drones and robot dogs, nah, dude, y'all can have that. Gen Z can have that shit, dude. I got no interest in that. No thanks. Bobby says, Tulsa, we gave them a nation free from genocide, and you want me to support the very genocide we rescued them from? Well, they want you to. Yeah. Weird flex, Tulsi. You have officially lost my respect. Yeah, Tulsi's gone, dude. She's long gone. I know a lot of people are holding on. I know Jesse, me, and keep in mind, I was a huge Tulsi fan. You guys know that. I was a big supporter of Tulsi. So I'm not saying this as a guy who's like never liked Tulsi. I really used to like Tulsi. Talking to Jesse about it the other day. I think Jesse's still holding on a little bit of hope, but I like me, like you, Bobby. I'm like, nah, she's cooked, dude. She's completely compromised at this point. She's given up all her integrity. So again, you can't run on your literal platform was no war with Iran. I mean, specifically, not just in the Middle East, no war with Iran. That was her whole platform for 15 years. And then the second Donald Trump goes to war with Iran, she comes out and supports it. It's like, nah, dude. Nah, I can't deal with people like that. Can't deal with people like that. Just classic politician. Anon says, do you have any personal CAG recruiting stories? I heard they go to army bases and base looking for recruits. Yeah, they email you. If you're a Green Beret, you get invited all the time. And especially through CAG support. So CAG support is an 18 Echo communicator. Like that's a really common one. So yeah, I would get the emails all the time, but I never went. I don't think I could have made it through. I had really injured my knees. Had to have a bunch of knee procedures and surgeries in 2018 after a trip to Afghanistan, and that sort of put a nail in the coffin of any aspirations of taking the long walk. And it's called a long walk for a reason. So I wouldn't have been able to make it, or at least that's what I tell myself, to make myself feel better. But yeah, they do actually send emails out to, at least in special forces, they do. Right. So Matt Walsh did a hit piece on veterans, called us lazy bums and grifters. Did he? Of course he did. As 100%. Oh, we're talking about, we trashed Matt for this one. If you're talking about him shitting on disabled veterans, which he did do. As a 100% compensated United States Marine Corps veteran, I have zero use for Matt Walsh. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I trashed him hard for that. That was so stupid of him to come out and say and do. And he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. Yeah, huge screw up for Matt Walsh on that one. He got drug hard for that too. Veteran community was not happy with that, obviously. Especially from a guy who never served, right? Joe says, if you denounce your faith for someone like Donald J. Trump, well, I guess you weren't that faithful to begin with. Just saying. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. If you can denounce your faith for a guy who's blaspheming Christ, yeah, not great. Once you're married, your money is not yours. This is the truest statement ever, for sure. Yeah. It's our money. Yeah. Communism hits the house real quick, It's not my money, it's our money. It's not your money, it's our money, right? Yeah. The home is definitely, we have communism in our home. Like straight communism. That's not true. My wife does a ton of work. My wife helps me run the business, and if I didn't have my wife helping me run the business, I'd be cooked. She does a ton of the backside work. So she does a lot of the work with our Patreon. She does all of our merchandise. She does all my scheduling. She does all my coordinating. So yeah, you need a lot of help, right? So she helps run the business. So she's just as much in it as I am. But I still like to say that. My kids, though, definitely communism with those little shits. They spend, my daughter, oh my God. My daughter is like Mao, dude. She's like Chairman Mao in the house. Zero work, all the money. That's my daughter. Yeah, my daughter is like a hardcore communist. No, I'm not. She doesn't even know what communism means. It just means like my money is her money. She has no concept of that. It's always dad buy me this, dad buy me that. And here's the problem, guys. I don't know. Let me get we get a little bit of a sidetrack here. I don't know what all you dads think. I'm a girl dad, hardcore girl dad. And we have our son also, but like, I'm like the most girl dad ever. And my daughter is so spoiled. It's not even, it's not even a discussion for how spoiled she is. She's the most spoiled little girl on the planet. But the way I look at it is, not my son though, right? Not my son. He's got to work for fucking everything. And the reason why I look at it this way is, for your daughter, I want to spoil the shit out of my daughter so that she's not impressed by some dipshit bum loser who wants to fly her out to Houston, and she thinks that's cool, right? Because when she grows up, she'll be like, I lived in fucking Japan and dad gives me anything I fucking want. Why would I date this fucking loser, right? So that's the whole approach with spoiling the daughter and then making your son work for fucking everything. That's what happened to me with my dad. And I'm glad that it was that way, right? I had to pay for my own way through school and things like that. Because men need that. Men need to understand that it's on you. The world is hard and it fucking sucks, and there's no one coming to save you as a man, right? Women, I'm not saying that's not the same, but it is a little bit different, right? For women in some cases. But for men, nobody cares about you. No one's coming to save you. Everything is going to be what you put the work in for, period. So anyway, yeah, for sure. So I'm a big proponent of that. Yeah, I would say this, right? Like, she doesn't get everything she wants, but it's, it's pretty close. But anyway, just, I don't know how you guys do it in your house, but that's my approach. We'll see if it ends up working. I might be paying for my daughter's shit for the next 20 years because she's going to go be an artist or something, but whatever. That's the way it goes. I guess, as a girl dad. Okay. Here we go. Keith says, love your channel. Thanks for being a voice of wisdom people from all backgrounds can appreciate. Yeah, I try to do that. Ever considered having Whitney Webb on? She's done great journalism on Palantir. Obviously on the E, who should not be named. I think she does do a lot of good work. Also, I think she does a lot of not so good work. She did an expose trying to talk about how, Joe Kent is compromised CIA asset and things like that, where it's kind of like, But she's hit or miss. She's like Fuentes for me, right? Like, sometimes I'm really impressed by her, and sometimes I'm like, this ain't it, honey. So, but yeah, I'd have her on. I'd talk to anybody. But again, is Matt in here? I just saw Matt. Somebody said Matt Trigger Smart. Matt's in here, isn't he? I don't know. Probably. What's up, Matt? If you're here, love you, buddy. All right, let's keep moving here. Mr. Christie with a big $50 donation. Thank you so much. It says, third super chat message, UK, but U.S. first, nations first. As an Afghan vet, we just did this one. I literally just answered this one, buddy. I've answered this one 3 times now. I think you've given me almost the same question all 3 times. So I'm just going to do your last one because I already answered the first 2 on this. And you said, thoughts on Pakistan's defense obligations to the Middle East. Now, man, this is... What a complicated situation this is, all right? So what you have with Pakistan as an Islamic country, right, that sits in between Afghanistan and India. Also, Pakistan is currently at war with the Taliban. Pakistan also hates India. India hates Pakistan, but Pakistan is also, loosely allied with the United States and China, and, has good relationships with Iran. Pakistan is all over the fucking place, right? When it comes to who they want to fight, who they're allied with. And so I got to learn more about, again, like I said, I've got 2 buddies that I went to school with that were from Pakistan, lived in Pakistan, came here just for school, that I learned a lot from. But yeah, very interesting place because, again, it's kind of like India, but it's Islamic, right? But at the same time, they're at war with, the Taliban. It's also Islamic. So there's a lot of moving pieces with Pakistan for sure. And the fact that they're sort of brokering peace between the United States and Iran, but also most of that is probably due to pressure from China. Yeah, Pakistan's an interesting one. Man. Very, very complicated country when it comes to that region, right? Yeah, that's true too. Okay. Hopefully that was good enough answer for your question, brother. Appreciate it very much. Agron says PTSD back in the 1990s as a 12-year-old being in war. We didn't even know what that was. Yeah. We, the man, should grow some balls and walk it off. Nah, that's not true. This is, you don't want to hear that. And you know why? Because, unfortunately, I've got very close friends that put a gun in their mouth and blew their fucking brains out due to PTSD. Guys on my teams, guys I served with. And so, yeah, no, I don't agree with you at all. Sorry, all the guys I've seen that try to walk it off, a lot of them are the ones that take their own lives. So that's a terrible take in my opinion. You can look at that at previous generations, the Vietnam generation, the World War II generation. They did not have the knowledge of this like we did, and they paid a huge price for it. So no, I can't disagree with you more on something like that, because again, I'm tired of getting phone calls from people that I used to work with or people that I'm friends with who've stuck a gun in their mouth, and it's a lot at this point. And two of my teammates on one of my 12-man teams has taken their own lives since the last combat deployment we were on. So that's what, 20% of the team, and a bunch of other people from not a bunch, but actually multiple other people from my company of 6 teams have taken their own lives since. So yeah, no, the veteran suicide rate is out of control, and that's the main reason for it. So yeah, don't agree with that one. I'm a big proponent of making sure we take care of everybody, especially our combat veterans that have PTSD. So Earl says 100% behind Agabane treatment. Yes, I just hope this doesn't become something so expensive it's out of reach for those in need. Keep it affordable. Yeah, so right now, the main way people are getting this done is actually through veteran charity programs that are actually like providing the service to go down to Mexico to get this done. But again, it is expensive, and the wait times are massive because there's a lot of guys who need it and want it, and it's one of those things they have to raise money for. Excuse me, got hiccups. One of those things they have to raise money for. So to your point, hopefully it's one of those things that's covered by insurance or covered by the VA, and everybody will get access to it. But typically the way the American medical system works, yeah, usually that's a pretty realistic fear to have for sure. So I agree with you on that. Tater says you can take over my Twitter for a week, bro. Yeah, to try. Oh, is JD's in here, right? JD, did you get? I know JD was really upset about this. JD has been actively trying to get Dan Bongino to block him on Twitter, and he's like the one guy. He's like the one, yeah. He's the one guy that and he's got a big Twitter page. He's the one guy that Dan Bongino won't block. Did he block him yet? I don't think. I know JD's been working at getting blocked by Dan, and he just won't do it. But JD, did he block you yet? He's been actively working on it for weeks, and he's the one guy. He's the one guy that I think he knows, dude. Dude, JD, I bet Dan knows that you're trying to get it blocked so that you can do content on it, and now he's like, nah, fuck you, dude. You're not getting blocked. I know what you're trying to do. Oh, it's so funny, dude. Heavy Duty Country got blocked by Dan Bongino. But me and JD can't get it across the finish line, man. We just cannot get it across the finish line. Oh, don't forget to check the Rumble rants. I didn't accidentally close the. Oh, here we go. No, I already got. Oh, there's 2 more over here. Okay, I'll grab these right now. Okay, let's real quick. Thank you for that. I would have forgot about that. Thank you. Red Hood says, just got in, don't know if it was talked about, but what do you guys think about the Onion lying about owning InfoWars? I saw this. This is bizarre. Yeah, so as far as I know, they tried to buy InfoWars about a year ago as well, and then started talking about how they own it. I don't know enough about the story to give enough context. I just heard about the story today and saw Alex talking about it, so let me get back to you on that once I actually figure out what the hell's actually going on with that story. But I did see that. Sorry, I haven't dug into it yet. Red Hood says, former 11 Bravo here. Hell yeah, bro. Love your analysis. Started watching you after the Charlie Kirk assassination. Love seeing you on with Alex Jones. Keep speaking truth, brother. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for your service, man. We love our infantrymen around here. Okay. Back to our super chats. And thank you, Phil. Appreciate you. Penta says stock futures rise as Trump extends ceasefire with Iran indefinitely. Yeah, okay. Great. How is that? Is the Strait of Hormuz reopened, or are we just extending the ceasefire? What's actually happening here? Because again, Israel is not going to stop bombing Lebanon. So I'm assuming there's a new ceasefire, but the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. That would be my guess of what's happening. Again, I haven't checked the news because it changes every 12 hours, right? Oh, wait, what? You got it? Dude, all right. JD did it, dude. He did it. We were just joking about it, but he finally got Bongino to block him. So hey, let's big congratulations to JD for accomplishing it. Again, I've been trying myself as well. I mean, that's amazing. we'll definitely talk about that the next time we we talk about him. You of course have to put a short out about that, JD, immediately, because man, that's big news, dude. That's big news. Big news when you can get blocked by Dan Bongino. It's so funny because it's just what everybody's trying to do. And I think just the fact that he does it and he doesn't realize that's like what people want is for him to block him because it's funny and then they can do content on it. But okay. Riley Gaines, who tied for 5th with Leah Thomas. This is not incorrect. She didn't tie for 5th. Leah Thomas got 1st place, right? It's just that Riley Gaines got 5th behind 3 other women, if I recall. Now, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Leah Thomas won. Riley didn't. Riley got beat by like half the field anyway, and then complained about it, even though she wouldn't have placed behind the women in the match. But again, maybe I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And made a federal case about it, never mentioning, 4 other women beat them both. I thought Leah Thomas got 1st in that, and that was the big controversy, right? Yeah. She got 1st. It's just that, as far as I believe I'm remembering that right. It's just that Riley placed 5th behind a bunch of women. So it was like, what are you bitching about? You wouldn't even have made the podium anyway. You know, should have had the girl who got 2nd. If she would have been complaining, that makes sense. But yeah. All right, Casual says, big fan of the channel, Nate. Always enjoy the coverage of current events. The Professor Jang video was great. Cheers, man. Thank you. Man, we got amazing reception from that video. Amazing reception. The comment section on that was like some of the nicest comments I've ever gotten of people. People really liked that episode. And I had a fun time doing it, man. He's a great guy to talk to. Super, super smart. I learned a lot. But yeah, I got really, really good reception on the episode with Jang for sure. I got to try to have him back on, especially if his he predicted that we put boots on the ground, and if that prediction's come true, then I'll definitely try to get it back on the show and we can talk about it again. Okay, let's go here. Bobby says, I feel we need more of us Gen X in politics. Yeah, for sure, and millennials. But then again, I think some of our Gen X have caused a lot of the issues we're dealing with right now. What's your take on that? Gen X is in that weird space between boomers and millennials, right? Gen X, I think Gen X is, when does Gen X start? Let's see. What age is Gen X currently? Forget. Let's see. Somebody will know right away, but I got to look it up. 46 to 61 right now. 46 to 61. So, yeah, I think Gen X is in that is a really interesting generation, because you guys were in a generation of basically no technology, no internet, no social media, no phones, no nothing as a kid. And then in your young adult lives, right, your 20s and 30s, you had access to all of that. Millennials, we sort of had that too, but even for me, like I had a cell phone in like middle school, I think. So we started getting the internet when we were like kids, right? So you guys really were the pure generation that's like come from one world into the next world. And so, yeah, I think that we definitely do need more Gen X in politics. But yeah, so to your point, Bobby, the older end of Gen X is still very, especially you get up into the early 60s, is still boomer-ish, right? And so your younger side of Gen X is more closer to the millennials that grew up with that technology. So you have a huge stratification in that generation of like how they see the world, which is really interesting. It's like that breakpoint generation between the boomers and the young generations, millennial, Gen Z, that are very, very specific on their ideologies right now. And the boomers are the opposite of that. And you guys are sort of stuck in the middle. So, yeah, I would agree with you. I'd rather have Gen X in there than boomers at this point, for sure. Gen X is usually pretty based generation too, comparatively to the boomers. Not as based as Gen Z though. Gen Z is the most based generation. Holy shit! If you listen to my high school son and his kids talk, oh my god, they were playing Monopoly the other day at our house in the game room, and him and like 4 of his buddies, and I walked in. I don't even know if I want to say this. Just because of the way they are. I walked in and I asked who was winning, and they pointed at one of the kids, and then one of the other kids, he's like, yeah, he's only winning because he's a fucking. And I was like, okay, you can guess what came next when it comes to banking. And I was like, whoa, okay, all right, Gen Z, I'm gonna head out because I'm not getting involved in this conversation. But I was just like, oh my God, dude, you guys are. We talk about our greatest ally being cooked when they're in charge, dude. Oh my God, we're gonna be going to war with them. Like Gen Z is not messing around, man. Gen Z is. I'll let you imagine. Again, I'm not telling you what it is, but you already know what the word is. But again, it's just like these are like 15-year-olds. It's like, holy shit, dude. Dude, they were bullying me. They were asking me questions about what I thought about the war. And I started talking about, our greatest ally and the things they're doing. And they started bullying me. And they're like, dude, just say it's the Jays. Don't be a pussy. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? I'm like, oh my God, dude. You guys need to fucking chill. If I'm telling you guys to chill out, you guys need to just relax. But yeah, they're base, dude. Gen Z's not messing around, man. They're not messing, which is shocking because like we all thought Gen Z was like going to be this sheltered, safe space, pussified generation, and they've turned out to be just absolutely out of control when it comes to that stuff. So yeah, but it also kind of makes sense, right? Because like every generation sort of is like counterculture to the previous generations. It's kind of just like natural, and so you can see that they are taking the polar opposite of what is supposed to be the right things to say. So anyway, Gen Z is wild, dude. Because I got 2 Gen Z kids, and it's definitely wild out there. Anyway, get a little over the top on that. One brave legend said, the way I see it, Rogan used Trump to get this order across. Yeah, I think so too. Trump's so desperate for approval, he's willing to be in a situationship with Joe. Yeah, I think so too. I think Joe does like Trump though, more than he lets on. But I do think that this was more about the bill because Joe's really big on psychedelics and helping veterans and things like that. That's not new for Joe Rogan. He's been a big proponent of that forever. But I do think he likes Trump more than he lets on, to be honest. He's MAGA. Joe is a lot more MAGA than I think people think, right? Good, bad, or indifferent, regardless of how you feel about that. I think the recent Theo Vaughn episode really exposed that. You should go watch it if you haven't watched it to see what I mean by that. Okay. Zero says, what we need is more people waking up, not just shaming them for their choice. Agreed. The more of us we can get together, the more we can actually make a change instead of letting them divide us. Man, this is perfect. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I tell people, like, lashing out and attacking Tucker Carlson when you're a Democrat because he denounced Trump because he didn't do it early enough for you, like that doesn't do any of us any good, right? To your point, it doesn't do any of us any good. So I'm all about bringing people together, right? Bring people together into the coalition. America first. I don't care if you're a Democrat, independent, Republican, far right, far left, progressive, populist. If you're on board with America first politics and policies, and you want to make this country a better place, we should all be happy about that, right? We should all be happy about that. Idiot Carrot says Democrats have no right to shame voters trusting a liar about fixing the economy and stopping the me war when Democrats were running on gaslighting the economy was fine and there was no. Yeah, this is true too, right? They did the exact same thing under Biden. They did the exact same thing MAGA is doing now under Biden. So to your point, there's some definite like glass house stuff going on, right? Pot calling the kettle black a little bit with this. So that's another thing. Like, don't be a hypocrite. Okay. That's what I also say. Now, I will say there are plenty of progressive and populist Democrats out there that were denouncing and shitting on Joe Biden the entire time, his entire 4 years, and Kamala, right? So it's not fair to just blanket and say all Democrats did that, because a lot of Democrats have been outspoken against their own party, but both sides definitely have the cult-like behavior for sure in their bases, for sure. Behance said, I'm a liberal, and yeah, we were right, but I love to see everyone change their minds. Yeah, I'm also an atheist who lives by the teaching of Christ. Interesting. Love your neighbors and forgive. That's a great take. Great overall take right there. I mean, again, as you saying, as a liberal, we were right. You were, but love to see everybody change their minds. Yeah, I mean, like, why would you not? Why would you not want to see people come to your side, right? You want people to agree with you. That's the idea. That's why we're engaged in this, right? With debate and talking about things. We want people to come to our side and agree with us, right? That's the whole point. Why do you want to live in a sheltered little bubble where like we were right and you all suck? And it's like, yeah, okay, man. Like if you want to do that, that's fine. Right. If you want to bask in being right. But again, that's not the way I look at things. Obviously, you guys know that. I'm a big proponent of bringing people together. Right. How many times have I said it's not left on my channel? I've been the biggest proponent. You guys have been watching for a long time. What do I always say? I am not a proponent of left versus right, Christian versus Muslim, black versus white, right? I am a proponent of we the people versus the power establishment, period. That's where I'm at. That's what America First actually is, right? So the more of us we can get united, the better. The better. Janet says, retired United States Navy. A few years ago on a deployment, we were unable to get an at-sea replenishment while in theater and nearly ran out of food. We ended up with pizza made of pizza dough, ketchup, and American sliced cheese. Ugh. I could imagine that, right? Especially if, they're stuck in the blockade and they can't go get resupplied and things like that. Yeah, I can see that happening. And that's probably what's going on right now with the disgusting food that they're feeding them. All right. Right, the guy says, the war's about to be over. Trump is sending Mike Huckabee. No way, this is real. Is this real? Israel? Is this Israel? Is this real? Trump is sending Mike. Oh my God, dude. That's are like you just specifically trying to make the peace talks fail? It feels like that's what it is, right? He might be the missing piece we needed all along. This is the same guy that literally said Israel is entitled to all the land from the Euphrates to the Nile in the Tucker Carlson interview. He caused an international incident with Jordan because of what he said. Do we want to send the guy that's causing international incidents with Islamic countries to go to peace talks with an Islamic country? Probably not. Let's please not do that. He doesn't seem like the greatest choice. Oh God, I hope that's not true. I hope you're just fucking with us, because if that's true, and I know, you know what I know is going to happen tonight? I'm going to look this up, and it's probably I'm going to see that this is true and just be like, okay, fuck it. Just throw my hands up. All right. Okay. Oh God. Anyway. Oh my God. Look at this kitty, dude. Yeah. You think Iran has the e-files? And if so, they'll release them? No, I don't think they do. No. Israel does. 1000% for sure. But no, I don't think Iran does. No. God's country says nothing makes me more mad than when people use religion as a veil to hide wickedness we see through the lies. This is a big problem with MAGA evangelicalism right now. You see it in the White House. You see Pete Hegseth is the perfect example of this comment. A guy who pretends to be religious so that he can, actually, like you're saying, act out wickedness, right? So yeah, that's a big, big problem right now. Big problem. Agree with you on that one. Joe says, but that's as old as history, trying to get people to wage war on other people. Step one, dehumanize the opponent. This is so true. 100% true. We've been doing this with Islam for 26 years. This is exactly what we did with Islam for 26 years. Call them all terrorists, right? You dehumanize them. That makes it is way better, way easier to get support to go to war with them. And I'm a victim of this, right? When I went to Afghanistan, I thought I was there to, save the American people from the evil of Islam. And then you get over there, and for me as a Green Beret, I'm literally working with Muslims, the Afghans. Like, all my partner force is Muslim, and they're all super cool, and they're all super supportive of the United States. And you're like, oh, that's not good. Have I told you the exact breakpoint moment for me when I realized the actual snap, when I realized I had been brainwashed and propagandized by the United States government against Islam? I can tell you the exact moment it happened for me in Afghanistan. You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear the moment and what actually fucking snapped me out of that? So my interpreter, who is in America now, we actually were able to get him out. Thank God. He was one of the few we were able to get out that didn't get slaughtered after Joe Biden's withdrawal, which I'm still disgusted by. His name was Isa, right? And I didn't think anything of it. His name was much different than, your typical Muhammad, Omar, your typical Islamic names. And awesome dude. He was fucking hilarious, absolute savage. And I was talking to him one day on the flight line before we were headed out to a nighttime raid of a Taliban village. And because his name was so much, not so much different. There was another Isa too, but when you're talking about like typical names in Islam, like Muhammad, Omar, like there's like four. I'm being hyperbolic here. There's like 5 names, right? So you expect like 38 guys out of your 60 are named Muhammad. So when you see a guy named Isa, you're like, what is this? So I remember asking him, and he was funny dude, right? Wore glasses, long swaying hair, right? He was very Americanized because he had been working with Army Special Forces for over a decade. So he talked like an American. He had American mannerisms. And I was talking to him on the flight line, and I was like, hey, bro, what does Isa mean? Like, your name is a lot different than everybody's name. And he was like, it means Jesus, bro. And he said that. He said bro on everything. It means Jesus, bro. And he looked at me, and I was like, I was taken back by it. And I was like, whoa, how is everybody okay with you being named Jesus? I named after Jesus. And he looked at me like I was dumb. And he was like, dude, Jesus is like the second most revered figure in Islam. And that moment snapped in my brain. And I went, it was like being deprogrammed from 20 years of propaganda in my brain. My brain went, wait, Christ is revered in Islam? And he was like, yes, dude. It's like, when it's not Muhammad that's going to come back as the Messiah, it's Christ. Like, the Virgin Mary is revered. And at that, I was like, wow, okay, I fucking don't know anything, right? And so that moment taught me, I had been told that they hated Christ, that they hated Jesus, they hate Americans, right? All these things I had been propagandized into. All of us, by the way, post 9/11, not just me. And that moment for me, living in an Islamic country, talking to, my interpreter and learning on the spot, like, wow, I don't know anything. And so that moment for me was like, okay, I have to educate myself on these things and realize that, hey, maybe the people that I've been told I'm supposed to hate aren't as bad as I was led on to believe. So anyway, that was sort of the epiphany moment for me. That is why I'm so, one of the very, very few conservatives outside of maybe Jake Shields that is supportive of Islam in this country. And that's because I lived in an Islamic country, fought alongside Muslims. And, they risked their lives for me, by the way, to make sure I didn't get my legs blown off every night. So that's why I have a different perspective on things, I think. So everybody's free to believe whatever they want. But anyway, that was a little aside so you guys can maybe understand the way my brain works a little bit and why I believe what I believe when it comes to being very supportive of all races, religions, creeds, sexual identities. I'm different than most conservatives in that way. Good, bad, or indifferent, however you feel about that. Anyway, thanks, Joe. Very good comment, by the way. Chris says, beautiful dog. Canada is pushing social media age verification. That's a Trojan horse for digital ID introduction. Interesting. This is also an interesting conversation of should kids have access to social media? This is like one of those very debated topics, right? This is a hard one. I think they have to, right? They have to be able to, because that's the way the world is and it's moving forward. But at the same time, God, it's also not good for us. Excuse me. So that's a tough one when you get into that sort of that thought exercise of should kids be on social media or not. I don't think before a certain age, for sure. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I think they definitely shouldn't be on there before they're in, I don't know, middle school, high school. and there should be restrictions on it. Like we have heavy restrictions on our kids on their devices, but you also can't stop them from having the technology, right? Because social media, technology, computers, robotics, all this stuff is the way of the future. So if you do that, then your kid is getting left behind in their ability to interact with the world as well. So again, it's a toss up. Yeah, my daughter just got her first phone recently. She's in middle school, and the reason why she has it is because we need to be able to like talk to her when she needs things, and she's at friends' houses and things like that. So it's important, but we have a lot of restrictions on things, time restrictions, like you don't have access to it after a certain amount of time at night or certain time at night and things like that. But anyway, everybody's got different choices on that, or different feelings about that. But yeah, tough one, tough morality one on that. Suan says Trump thought he would. Excuse me. Been talking for 4 hours straight here. Trump thought he would unite the country, but it's not the way he hoped he would. Yeah, against him. He did unite the country, just against him. That's funny. David says, from my brother, Artemis II landed in San Diego, passing through Greek constellations. Mythology talks about destroying a civilization's coast and sacrificing to Artemis before a military campaign. Well, let's hope not. Let's hope this isn't some forecasting of some giant military campaign. But who knows? I'm a big guy into what is it? Which one is it? I always forget. Astronomy and astrology. Which one's about the universe? Which one's about girls and their horoscopes? I always forget. Astronomy is space, right? Astrology is the your constellations, your zodiac signs. Okay. God's Country, thank you for the big donation here. Very generous of you. Said this, love Joe Kent, but when you quit, you lose influence on the presidency. True. What if the general who stopped Trump from using the football quit or was fired? If you're in a circle, you have a hand on the wheel. This is my last hope with Tulsi. That's exactly what Jesse said. For when I was talking about why he still got some hope with Tulsi, is that that was his take too. Is and I hate to say things we talked about in private, but I don't think Jesse would care. His hopes with Tulsi is that she feels like she has influence over the situation, and so it's better for her to be there than to not be there. I think it's a fair take. I don't believe that to be true for her, but with Joe, that's definitely a problem. I talked about this before with Joe. I love that he had the integrity to stand on business and resign over principles and morals. But the problem is that we then lose him in a very important position. And almost certainly Donald Trump puts in some loyalist who is 1/10 of as good at the job. Right. So, to your point, you got to make those decisions for yourself. Right. If you're in that power position and you have, moral arguments against something that's going on, I personally am somebody that would resign, right? I'm not somebody that's going to work for someone that's doing, committing war crimes and committing genocide and things like that. So, but if you feel like you're more help to America by staying there, hey, that's a technique too, I guess. But yeah, I see people. Bobby says they're making their own list to be right G to their own camps. History has a funny irony, doesn't it? Ugh, yeah. It's so weird, man. Isn't that bizarre? But yeah. HH60 Bush says that young student is facing 15 years, according to our local news here in South Florida. And by the way, Judge Glazer is a known. Oh, look at that. What did I guess? So go figure. Of course she is, right? I mean, of course, right? That sounds like a fair trial, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like a fair trial? That's gross. It's disgusting. I hope that judge gets pulled off the trial. She has got no business being on that case if that's completely compromised to that case. So Dee Dee says Florida is hell at the moment. We currently have Donalds or Jay Collins. Yeah. Jay's a Green Beret who is a Zio and is advocating for hate speech laws for our greatest talent. You got Fishback. You can vote Fishback. I don't think he's got any chance of winning, but he'd be a lot better than the other two. I know that much. Zelensky literally has a Yahtzee battalion in his military. Been censored online for pointing that out. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know why he would, because he's Jewish. So that seems weird. But I know people like to say that. People like to claim that. I don't know if it's true or not. I know a lot of guys that have worked with the Ukrainians who say that's true. 10th group guys have told me that's true. But again, I don't know. I personally don't know. I wasn't in 10th group. I didn't work with the Ukrainians. But I have been told that. So I'm not disagreeing with you. 7 out of 10 on the list are American. We're just that good at noticing. I don't know. I forget what this is in. The top 10. The top 10 list. Yeah, 7 out of 10 are American. Yeah, good job, America. I'm happy we got 6 out of 10. Oh, I think Ian should be number 7 out of 10 on that. I think they got that wrong. Do the truffle shuffle. What? I don't have any truffle to shuffle, unfortunately. I have, what are they called? Oh, abs. Just saw veterans posting the war were arrested in the congressional building. Yeah. Yep, Suzanne, that happened, and we are disgusted by it for sure. A lot of that's been happening. More of it's going to happen too. I've told you guys before, veterans are a huge problem, and especially anti-war veterans are a huge problem and a huge threat to this administration. Because when the civilian populace who never fought the wars see a ton of veterans denouncing and protesting this war, it tells the civilian populace, oh, well, all the veterans don't support this, so I probably shouldn't support it either. And so that is why you're seeing such a huge crackdown on veterans who are protesting. Because veterans who are protesting are a very, very big problem. Very, very big problem. So you're going to see more and more of that. People like me, big problem. Yeah, you got the all the super hardcore MAGA shill veterans. You guys know who they are. They're not a big problem. They fucking love those people, and they pay a lot of money to those people. Not going to say who, but I can promise you that we all know some very specific people who are getting paid to shill, right? Especially in the veteran space, because that's the best thing for them, right? If they can get combat veterans and veterans to make it seem like they support the war, then the civilian populace is more likely to support the war. And so they're willing to fund that, right? You guys know who they are, right? It doesn't take a whole lot of guesswork on that. Well, what's Matt saying? He's on his channel saying there's nothing in the Epstein files, is he? Oh, Russia offed Kennedy. Okay. All right. Look, I'm not going to speak ill on Matt. I like Matt personally. Matt knows that. I don't agree with Matt on about anything, but come on, dude. There's nothing in the Epstein files. Oh, God. Matt, come on, dude. Again, I like Matt, right? And, that's why I have nothing negative to say about Matt. But this seems a little over the top, right? Like, come on, bro. All right, does Trump make it through this term? I don't know. If McDonald's might get him, dude. McDonald's might get him. Six's mom said, made a calf joke about you last night on JD's show. It went right over his head. Said, be careful about making fun of people with small calves. We all love someone without them. That's funny. JD should know that. JD should know that. He's just nice. JD's too nice, man. JD's too nice. He's not going to call me out. Also, I don't think JD has very big calves either. That might be why he didn't say anything. That's funny, though. JD's pretty tall, too. He's not quite as tall as me, but he's pretty tall, too. All right. Thank you, Six's mom. That's funny. Susan says, oops, sent the super before you read the first one. All good. Appreciate you. Bobby says, gas station booze is my erasure on this clusterfuck. Man, I love gas station booze. You guys know that. Called Political Life, had my test checked, and need a poke at 60. I bet you do, brother. Going to look into this, and hopefully I won't need to stop at the gas station anymore. Bobby, if you 100%, I can promise you 60 years old, if you haven't got your test checked, it doesn't exist, homie. You 100% need to get your blood work done and get on for sure. 60 years old? Yeah, you're going to be, your test levels are cooked. I can promise you that. Calf implant. Thank you. I'm getting a hair transplant first, though. Getting a hair transplant first. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that pretty soon. Fuck it. I don't need that much done. I still have a lot of my hair, but I got like the receding hairline. You know what I mean? So I'm planning on getting a hair transplant. Yeah. Hell yeah. Why not? That'll be crazy too, because it takes a while. And so I'll just be on the show with crazy hair transplant stuff, but whatever, I don't care. I used to have really nice long hair up until my mid 30s and started losing a little bit of it. So I'd like to have it back. I got to find a really good doctor for it first, though, because if you don't get it done right, it doesn't take. Anybody in here had a hair transplant? I do shave it sometimes. I still have most of my hair up front. The problem for me is like back here, back there. Okay, let's keep moving. All right, where was this at? Where were we at? Oh, the calf implant fund. That's right. Vincent says, I would call at ease and go to parade rest for Sergeant Major Munchkin. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. We're planning on getting a second Munchkin cat, but there's only one breeder in Oregon. One breeder in all of Oregon that breeds Munchkin cats, and she doesn't have any yet. So we're working on it. There'll be 2 little munchies rolling around. Okay. There we go. Dog reenlistment would go through the roof if they let us smoke. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, well, and here's the thing. It's like, why not, right? Like, alcohol is legal. You're not allowed to be drunk on the job. You get kicked out of the military if you're drunk on the job. You get kicked out of the military if you get a DUI. So why the fuck would you not, right? As long as you're not smoking at work, who cares, dude? Right? But it's federal, right? The problem is it's federally illegal. So yeah, so 2 things. If you let guys have facial hair and you let them have access to cannabis, you'd probably see recruitment skyrocket for sure. And like, why not? It's legal almost all over the entire country at this point. And it's very helpful for veterans, by the way. Like, I could not sleep. My sleep was so bad due to my PTSD, and it wasn't until I retired and lived in Oregon that I started using cannabis to sleep, and it like completely changed my life to be able to use that for sleep. Now I can actually sleep. So it would be nice for, veterans to be able to have that for sure. Can you say, where's the happy ending in Mandarin so I can holla at my masseuse? Dude, God, what would happy ending be? I could probably teach you how to say it, but it probably wouldn't make sense. It would probably be like, where's the enjoyable destination? That's probably how it would sound. I would have to actually look up how to say that specifically in Chinese. They didn't teach me. They didn't teach me that one. Anyway, that's funny. Sorry. Google Translate could probably do it for you. Lou reminds me of when Dwight cuts the CPR dummy's face off and wears it. Oh my God, dude. Oh, Laura's taking a beating today, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that might be one of the best Larry jokes I've seen. Oh, wow. Vincent says, I'm fine with a gay son, but if my son simps for Russia, I have failed as a father. Fat electrician. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a funny one, too. Now you just got to substitute the joke out of the USSR for our greatest ally, and you're perfect for modern 2026. Six's mom said, let people know to look at hurricane preparing lists to be prepared. Ooh, that's a good idea. I've lost everything twice to hurricanes. Always stay prepared. Yeah. Pets too. Aloha. Great point. I didn't think about that. Probably looking up hurricane readiness would be a great way. But, that adds to the different types of things I was talking about that you're not typically thinking of that you want to be prepared for, generators, water, food, antibiotics, medicines, all that sorts of different stuff is important. Firearms, that's the big one too. I tell everybody, you could be the biggest prepper in the world, But if you don't have firearms and you don't know how to defend yourself, people that do are going to come take your shit. So that's another big one that you need to be prepared for too, right? AJ says, YouTube won't let me post my original comment regarding the IDF that destroyed the statue. Something splitting. Yeah, again, I have it right here. I don't want to show it on the channel. Let's make sure we didn't miss any over on Rumble as we've been doing this. There's those two. Okay, we're good. Yeah. If we were only on Rumble, I'd show it. But you guys, most of you have already seen it, right? It's all over the internet. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But I'm not messing around with that one because YouTube. Diamond says, let's get the antibiotics and some Mexican Viagra in those kits. Jesus Christ. Also, what's your best war face? Show me your war face. My war face is dead face, dude. There's no yelling and screaming at nighttime. We operate at night, and you're not making crazy noises and sounds. Being as quiet as possible. So there's actually no crazy war face. Ken, thank you. Ryan says, everyone thank JD for his service. That's true. You get that grizzled for a reason. Yeah, everybody, again, I tell everybody, JD was in the Marine Corps and just doesn't like to talk about it because he's super humble. So make sure you do thank him for his service. He doesn't get it enough, but one of those things we don't give him enough credit for. So make sure you always thank JD for his service. All right. Tanner says, bro, bounce so hard left and right, can't see straight. Okay. Look up the video of a running robot chasing a wild boar. Hilarious and terrifying. Oh, I haven't seen that one, but that sounds like something that probably exists. Mr. Wallace says, anyone get their dose check yet? No, nobody's got those because, well, they don't exist. Or the tariff refund checks, turns out. Gas is high for some reason. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Would you vote Sarah McBride for president? I don't know who that is. Penta says, big donation. Thank you. It's only happy wife, happy life because nothing rhymes with husband. Definitely are better angels. What was Penna? What my dad told me, I remember when I went through my divorce, I believe. Yeah, I was married before. Early in life, early, very start of my military career. I remember I was talking to my dad, and my dad told me, I learned a lot from that, by the way. You learn a lot from getting divorced and having a failed marriage, right? If you're smart, you learn a lot. But what my dad told me is, and it's stuck with me ever since. And he said, son, let me tell you something. There's two options. You can either be right or you can be happy, but you'll never be both. And I've taken that to heart ever since. And, that's actually made it much, much easier to have a good relationship. So that's my advice to all you young men out there. My dad gave me that advice when I was young. You can either be right or you can be happy. So you choose, but you're never going to be both. You're never going to be both as a man, right? It's just the way it is. I'm never right in my household. I can tell you that. Never. But it's okay. I'm fine with not being right. Not that big of a deal. Teresa says, do you see any scenario path that we get the straight back? I'm confused that some are saying now maybe the use block, I think you mean the blockade we're putting in, would temporarily make us dominate for a few years. No, I don't know how worried to be. No. So think about it this way. If us blockading the Strait of Hormuz is a good thing, we would have been doing it for the last 3 decades, right? Just randomly now we need to blockade the blockade, as if no, what that is that Donald Trump is out of options. He's floundering. So now what he's trying to do is, well, if you blockade, I'm the one that blockaded. So he's trying to take credit for something that he can't fix, is what he's doing with this blockade. So it's making things substantially worse as well. And when you ask, will we get control of the Strait? We've never had control of the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz has just been open. It's just a trading lane, right? So everybody's been freely exporting and importing oil through the Strait because nobody's been at war. There's been no tolling system. There's been no requirement for purchasing in Chinese yuan. None of that existed before the war started. So will we get it back? Well, we never had it to begin with. The question would be, will the Strait of Hormuz go back to being open like it was before the war? Maybe. If America agrees to pretty much all of Iran's concessions, then yeah, probably. But as long as Donald Trump and Bibi are in charge, we're never going to agree to those. So we will probably perpetually stay in a situation like this for a while, would be my guess, right? Because neither side seems like they want to budge. So, yeah, it's not looking good. No, somebody said Trump created the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, he's probably saying that. He's probably going to claim that here pretty soon. But yeah, I if we could get peace, then they'll reopen it. I think Iran's fine with reopening it, but they got to have the concessions that they want, right? They want the sanctions lifted. They want the United States to stop fucking bombing them every 6 months. And so it's going to take. We got to get to a peace deal, and we are nowhere near that, as you can see. Peace talks have completely fallen apart. So we're not there yet. We are not there yet, unfortunately. Still got a ways to go. Zeza says, artist here, do not underestimate the many things that involve art and can make money. I run a B&B in my art canvas, so there's that. Hope. Yeah. I'm already buying her tattoo stuff, tattoo kits and stuff like that. She's an incredible artist, like drawing. Like my daughter is incredibly good for her age, or not even just for age, and just in general. And so as dad, I'm like, okay, she's insanely good artist at that age. What's a path that she can actually make a living doing artwork? Well, and I said also then she can just tattoo me. But so I'm gonna try to get her in that. I've got her one of the tattoo guns, but it actually is ink rather than a needle, so it actually like vibrates and works the same way as a tattoo gun. So we're doing that for now, and then hopefully, she be interested in that because she could actually make money doing that. or digital art and stuff like that is actually paying pretty well as well. So, but we'll see. Rogue says, God bless you, brother. Thanks for fighting the good fight. Appreciate you being here all the time, man, and donating all the time. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Vincent says, yo, F whoever said dudes with PTSD need to shake it off and not be a bitch. Whoever said that, I can guarantee has never been in a gunfight. True. I would say that's probably true. Nah, I don't know. Although I do have some buddies that have said that. I think they've some content creator buddies, veterans, special operators that have said that in the past. I think they regret probably having said it. Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. That's just, again, with the suicide rate, I shouldn't say that word. YouTube will demonetize this video, me talking about veteran S, which is insane, but they'll do it. But yeah, the S rate is way too high for us to just say stuff like that. Reeps says, should I enroll in the military? My GPA is 3.2. In college will be too hard, and college will be too hard. I want to be a special forces member. What do you think if you could go back? I mean, yeah, I would. But dude, 3.2 GPA is pretty good. Like you would do just fine in college if you wanted to. But I don't think college is a great route for 18-year-old men, especially. It wasn't for me. I went to college for a couple years and then dropped out. So I have a master's degree now, but it took me a roundabout way. I dropped out and joined the military. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that, man. You're plenty smart enough for both college and the military if you want to do that. So don't sell yourself short, man. Don't sell yourself short. You'll be fine. Oh, this is JD talking about old Bongino blocking him. Hell yeah. Roy says, imagine being sent to war by a draft dodger. True. Couldn't be me. Oh, no, it's me. At least I haven't got deported. Wait, no, they also deported veterans. Yeah, didn't they deported a Korean veteran? I can't tell, Roy, if you're Korean or Chinese, but you could be on the list soon, brother. Hope you're a citizen. Are you a citizen? Well, you can get your citizenship by serving, so you'd be fine. But yeah, it was a South Korean veteran, right? Combat veteran with Purple Heart that ICE deported. So that happened. So that's not great. Question: do you think there will still be a greatest ally after this war is finished, since a large amount of the public are finally awake worldwide? Yeah, it'll still be there. How much we support it, we're going to find out. This is going to be a big. This will be a big issue of our generation, of our time. We haven't gotten anywhere near to the escalation of where this is going yet. So, yeah, this is going to be a big deal. How it shakes out, I don't know yet. In the long run, in the next 30 years, it's not going to shake out well for them, obviously. But for now, I don't know if we're there yet. Golden says, former 82nd Airborne Infantry Unit here, now in Colorado, studying to be a psychedelic therapist. Hell yeah, dude. I watched the show Tripping before. Effing wild. All right, this does not seem like the show you would want to watch if you were doing that. Just with how crazy the world is and the things we're talking about, I would probably freak out if I watched my show while I was covering Iran war content or something like that. But it's a technique. You know. All right. Also, hey, cool. Good for you, brother. Glad to see your transition out. It's been something very, very interesting, by the way. This feels like a 40-year-old plan to take over America by them folks. Oh, this goes back longer than 40 years. This goes back to 1913. Brother, 1913. If you know your history, this is how far this goes back. But yeah. Bobby says, this is Gen X and a father. My kids hate what and why daddy went through. Yeah. So there's that. Maybe there's video hope for Spawn after all. God bless you, Nate. Thank you. Thank you, Bobby. Thanks for all the donations and all the support and you always being here, man. And yeah, that's true. I don't think my kids understand it yet. I understand it with my dad, right? My dad was a Green Beret in Vietnam and there was no PTSD treatment for him. And so I grew up with a dad, a big, scary, angry dad that had PTSD and didn't know it. And so I know what that looks like. And not that my dad was a great dad. Don't get me wrong. He was a scary motherfucker. He still is. But I know what that looks like. I know what untreated PTSD looks like, as do, I'm sure, many, many of you who had, veteran fathers for sure. So yeah, a lot of sames in the comment section on that one. But my dad found cannabis and that's what really saved him. Right. So that's why I do think it's a big deal for veterans to be able to have access to these different types of things. Quantum says, have you seen the Tomb of Christ in Shingo Village, Amori Prefecture, Japan? I've been there. No, I haven't been there personally. There's a lot of these types of things in Japan though. There was a really big Catholic church in Okinawa that was really cool that I lived by. Surprisingly, there's Catholics in Japan. Bobby says, meant kids don't want to live through what I did. Sorry for the autocorrect. Yeah, I knew what you're talking about, Bobby. Appreciate you, brother. Hardway says, I welcome back MAGA to reality. Anyone still worshiping Trump is my enemy. Ooh. That said, welcome back, but don't expect me to take your political advice. Well, that's fair. I think that's 100% fair, right? I'm not telling you that you have to be a fan, like Tucker, for example. I'm not telling you got to be a fan of Tucker. You got to like Tucker. You got to listen to anything fucking Tucker says. You got to agree with anything Tucker says. I'm just saying, right? Let's not be arrogant and haughty over the fact that somebody has changed their mind and is moving in our direction, right? That's all my point is. Right. I'm not telling anybody that they need to all of a sudden be a fan of Tucker Carlson. I'm just saying, let's relax. Let's react. And I'm not saying everybody's doing it. I've just seen some Democrat content creators be like, fuck this. We're not accepting this apology. And it's like, all right, what more do you want, dude? Don't accept the apology. Okay. Who cares? But I appreciate somebody that's willing to say, me personally, because I'm this type of person. I'm the type of person that can say, I'm wrong. I got this wrong. I do it on my channel whenever I objectively get something wrong. I've got multiple videos titled, I was wrong. Here's why. And so as someone who is willing to admit when I'm wrong and come to new conclusions on things, I try to extend that same grace to other people. So, right. Like this person, Will, he's not that type of person, right? He's not going to do that. But I'm the type of person that likes to show people grace when they've apologized, took accountability, and admitted they were wrong. But everybody, you can make your own decisions, right? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you my outlook on it. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Pumpkin. They want to hate because they hate in general. All right. Oh, and I'm not saying that about you, Hardway. I agree with everything you're saying here. I'm just giving some added context to that. Redbeard says, brother, you find this book interesting. PDF available for free. Scenarios of U.S. and global society reshaped by science and technology. A 1997 Joseph F. Coates book. Okay, I'll look that up. That does sound like it's up my alley for sure. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. God's Country says, Islam believes Jesus is a prophet. True. But our greatest ally, well, yeah. I'm not going to read the rest of that because it's YouTube, but yeah. I believe he was fired today. Who was fired today? Kash Patel? I haven't heard that. Who are we talking about here? I don't think he has. This is a joke from my video earlier. The rumors that Scary Larry had intimate relations with the president. And here's the joke regarding that. I'm also not going to say that one out loud. That's funny as well. Alex says, Trump stated he's willing to risk giving up the rights and privileges of a citizen for national security purposes. He said for the military and the government, but yes, crazy. Which of our rights next to be taken, and people don't seem to care. Yeah, he did. We showed that, Alex. We showed that exact post on the show tonight. And wow, don't tread on me. Excuse me. God, guys, 4.5 hours of talking straight. Brutal on the voice. Okay, but. Yeah, the fact that this is the "don't tread on me" crowd. Don't tread on me is now saying I'm willing to give up all my rights as a citizen for the government. Like, what the fuck? How did we get here? How did MAGA get here? This is supposed to be the "don't tread on me" crew. Oh God, dude. Repubs choose. Yeah, that's kind of true. Well, the Epstein class for sure is willing to destroy the entire world before they get exposed for sure, Richie. Rogue says they're trying to charge me for truth speech. Yep. McDonald's, our greatest ally. Right now, I get the joke. I don't know if you guys get the joke here. Right now, McDonald's is like Luke Skywalker. Right? Or no, what is it? No, Obi-Wan Kenobi. McDonald's is like Obi-Wan Kenobi right now, right? With Princess Leia. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. That's how America feels right now about McDonald's. Help us, McDonald's. You're our only hope. Bump up those trans fats to the White House, dude. Come on. I'm going to jack those cholesterol levels up a little bit. That's a funny joke, dude. That's got a lot of, McDonald's, our greatest ally. That's a good one. Bobbitt says, arrest for speaking freely is a violation of the Constitution, which is an attack on the government, which is sedition, which is treason. Yeah, they don't care about that, though, do they? Trump sure shit don't care about that, obviously. Ryan says, this whole convo sounds ultra gay. Hey, it's the end of the world, and Nate is working tight out of airline. I support this. Yeah, that's true. Hey, you know what? It's gonna burn in, and I want my bangs back. The world's gonna end. I want to do it with a good head of hair. Fuck it. All right. Hey, Sergeant, happy ending in Chinese. Oh, there it is. Hey, brother, I can't read Chinese. Can't read or write Chinese. So the reason why, for those of you guys don't know about Chinese, there's no alphabet, right? It's not like Japanese or Korean or English where you learn 17 different letters and you learn how to read those letters and those letters make words. China, as you can see here, Chinese Mandarin, every single one of those symbols is a word. So if you think about it, you've got to learn tens of thousands of words to be able to read and write Chinese. And so they don't even teach us in our, we're the like one language in the language school that they don't even bother teaching us how to read or write because it just takes too long. Yeah, they're actual characters. So it's not an alphabet. So yeah, put it in pinyin. If you put it in pinyin, then pinyin, by the way, guys, is here's somebody that actually knows about Mandarin. Pinyin is, instead of it's Chinese, but it's actually spelled out in English how it would sound in English. So English speaker can say, pinyin or whatever, and you could actually read it. So pinyin is good for that. So Yeah, if he could put his opinion, then we'd be able to say it. All right. Buff Like Jesus says, Highland Cow fun, luscious locks fun. As a new prospective house buyer, I agree with Nick. Yeah, man, for sure. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. JD even made a music video in his United States Marine Corps uniform. Yep. Bobby says, good night, brother. See you next stream. Come to Texas. Let us know. Oh, hell yeah, dude. You're in Texas? Where are you at in Texas? I know you take off. Next time I talk to you, I'll have to ask you where you're at in Texas. Me and JD will be there next month, and then I'm not sure when I'll be there, but I usually come through two, three times a year to the Austin area. So I'll let you know when I come by. If you're in that area, it'd be cool. We'd grab a drink. When is Tim Kennedy? He's more than welcome. He's had an open invitation on my show and Brent's show since day one. And he's apparently not interested. He has been invited on the show. He could come on. If he texts me and said, I want to come on your show tomorrow, we would literally do a live stream on it. No, not Tim Pool. He's talking about Tim Kennedy, not Tim Pool. Yeah, he's more than welcome. Tim, whenever you want to come on the show, you're more than welcome to. You'll be required to come clean and apologize, which is why he won't come on the show. But no, I mean, he could still fix it. He just doesn't want to. So it is what it is, man. Maybe John Burke on a live CEO Shell Shock CBD. John Burke on a live CEO of Shell Shock. I'm thinking of a different John Burke, probably. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just missing the context on that one, Buff. I like salad. I like salad too. Okay. Thank you. That says woke my parents up not too long ago good for you. Good for you, man. JD did as well. JD's parents also watch all of my content, so that helps. But yeah, I'm not quite there. They're getting close. Actually. And they've come a long way, both my parents, on that. But not my mom. My mom was already there, but yeah, we're getting there. We're working on it. Vincent says, if you collaborate with Sean Ryan, all my fluids will immediately evacuate my body. Sean invited me on the show. We haven't coordinated it yet though. And yeah, I'd love to go on the show. I talk to Sean off and on here and there. I love Sean. Great dude. Big fan. So maybe someday we'll coordinate something. But yeah, I haven't coordinated anything yet. So he can have any guest on in the world he wants, That's one of the other problems. I'm just Nate. I'm just dipshit Nate behind a camera. So there's that. All right. Oh, we made it. Last one. All right. Funny how Elon Musk at Doge was trying to destroy Social Security, and he said America can't afford Medicare. I feel like Elon Musk could personally fund Medicare for the entire country out of his $800 billion wealth. I bet he could. I wonder what's the cost of Medicare? I bet we could look that up, right? Let me chat GPT that real quick. It might be a lot more than I'm thinking. What's the annual cost? Pull this up in a second of Medicare. All right, let's pull this up. Oh, nope, not quite. He could almost fund it. $900 billion. And that is 15% of federal spending. He could almost fund it for a year. That's crazy to think about. That Elon Musk could almost fund all of America's healthcare for a fucking year. Just out of his money in his bank account, dude. That's absolutely insane to think about how much money that fucking guy has. But oh well, it is what it is. I don't know how we're going to get it from. All right, I'm just making sure we don't have any ones on Rumble I missed. Nope, we are good. All right, we did it. A little bit longer show than normal. 4.5 hours, but again, there was a lot to talk about tonight. Thank everybody so much for sticking with us for the last 2 hours of the show. All right, we got one more from Roy. Says, hey, Sergeant, my retention NCO literally said I better re-enlist throughout this admin so I don't get deported. Jesus Christ. Opinion for happy ending is let's see, Quila Jeju. All right, there you go. So whoever was wanting that for their massage parlor, Kwaila Jeju. Kwaila Jeju will be how you would say that. So there you go, guys. All right. And Bobby, last one says, I'm 60 minutes. Wow, 60 west from Austin. Hell yeah, dude. All right. I'll let you know when next time I'm coming through. Hopefully in the next month or two. I'm trying to get down there. So I'll let you know. Have a drink. You ain't paying. And I'll buy a Monster. I appreciate you, brother. Okay. Awesome. All right. Thank you guys so much. Again, I got to get out of here. I got to eat some dinner. It's getting late. It's probably way later for a lot of you guys. But again, thank you all so much. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks to everybody who's here every week. Appreciate all of you. Hopefully by Friday, probably not, but hopefully by Friday, we'll have the new studio. Might not be, but we should by next Tuesday at a minimum. All right. So that's going to do it, guys. Again, have a great night. Be safe out there. And I will catch y'all on Friday at the next live stream. All right. Have a good night, everybody.